Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Prague Crossroads, this incredible space restored by care of the Václav and Dagmar Havel Foundation. And welcome to the conference on the occasion of the Václav Havel Human Rights Prize. On Monday in Strasbourg, I was present at a very moving ceremony of what was already the 9th Václav Havel Human Rights Prize, given by the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, the Václav Havel Library, and the Charta 77 Foundation to an incredibly brave Belarusian human rights activist, Maria Kalesnikava. And I think we should at least symbolically applaud Maria and her courage here. Thank you. The ceremony at the same time illustrated the perilous state of human rights in the world today. 2 of the 3 finalists of this year's prize could not attend in person. Maria Kalesnikova, this year's laureate, is in a prison in Minsk, awaiting her appeal to go through and facing the perspective of 11 long years on trumped-up charges imposed by the dictatorial regime of President Alexander Lukashenko. Germain Rukuki, the courageous Burundian fighter against torture and death sentence, who was one of the runners-up, had recently his sentence of 32 years in prison commuted, but was still unable to leave his home country. Only the finalist, who was an organization, the Reporters Sans Frontières, represented by its Secretary General and Executive Director Christophe Deloire, were free to attend the ceremony in Strasbourg, though their presence also served as a painful reminder to us that only this year 23 journalists have fallen victims to armed conflicts, organized crime, and tyrannical governments, with almost 350 others being imprisoned. In spite of the persecution, and perhaps all the more for it, we still felt that the voices of our laureate and the 2 runners-up finalists should be heard today in Prague Crossroads, a temple, a former temple, dedicated to freedom and dialogue. It is an honor to welcome among us Tatiana Kovnic, representing her sister, Maria Kalesnikava, Scholastic Rukuki, representing her brother, Germain Rukuki, as well as Pierre Rasky, chairman of the administrative board of the Reporters Sans Frontières. We will hear much more about them and from them in the course of this afternoon. They are our heroes and the main topic of this conference. There is, however, another topic concerning the struggle of human rights that we wanted to highlight at this conference. It is somewhat different in that it does not feature clear perpetrators and clear victims, those who are persecuted and those who are responsible. In a way, we are all its victims and we are all responsible. I am, of course, talking about the COVID-19 crisis and the way the governments have been trying to protect the populations of their countries by implementing various extraordinary measures, some of them in apparent or real conflict with the existing legal guarantees of human rights and freedoms. While the debate is still going on in the courts of justice and the courts of public opinion, it is, I think, a unique opportunity for us to realize that human rights and liberties do not exist in a vacuum, but that they inevitably need to be weighed against the rights and liberties and the welfare of others. The COVID Dilemmas panel, as we called it, that will follow the presentations of the laureate and the finalists, will try to throw light on the issues of rights and responsibilities and their mutual relationship. And last but not least, this year has brought another acute humanitarian and human rights emergency with the sudden collapse of the American presence and the government of Afghanistan and the takeover of the country by the Taliban. We felt we could not ignore this crisis, which I fear is far from being over. Tens of thousands of the refugees are trying to flee the country. Afghan journalists and NGO activists are crying for help. Afghan women are being forced back into subservience. New rules are reimposing censorship, and the executions and draconian punishments have started again. Our panel on Afghanistan will try to shed some light on the situation and explore what the rest of the world can do now to help the Afghan people. But before we delve into all these issues, let us hear from someone who made human rights and their defense his life vocation. The New York Times called him the extractor for his ability to help persecuted and prosecuted human rights activists to regain their freedom. Jared Genser is a human rights lawyer, a founder of Freedom Now, a special advisor on the responsibility to protect to the Organization of American States, a counsel to a number of prominent human rights activists and political prisoners, and a copious author on the subject. Jared, wherever you are, here, the floor is now yours.
Ambassador Zantowski, thank you for the kind introduction. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and friends, it is such a pleasure to be back in Prague and such a profound honor to have been invited by the Václav Havel Library to speak at this conference today. As an international human rights lawyer, President Havel has been one of my heroes. I was blessed early in my career to have served as his pro bono counsel on major projects on Burma and North Korea, and to have then had him serve with Archbishop Desmond Tutu as honorary co-chair of Freedom Now, the NGO that I founded to free political prisoners around the world. His association with and support for Freedom Now gave our work on behalf of our clients an enormous boost. And it was therefore especially gratifying to have learned that the 2021 Václav Havel Human Rights Prize has just been awarded to Belarusian opposition leader, activist, and prisoner of conscience, Maria Kolesnikova. Her courage, grace, and dignity in standing up with her people against Europe's last dictator, Alexander Lukashenko, earned her an 11-year prison sentence on fabricated national security charges. President Havel once explained about himself, as was undoubtedly the case with Maria, quote, "You do not become a dissident just because you decide one day to take up this most unusual career. You're thrown into it by your personal sense of responsibility, combined with a complex set of external circumstances. You're cast out of the existing structures and placed in a position of conflict with them. And it begins as an attempt to do your work well and ends with being branded an enemy of society." I also know from having worked on the cases of more than 50 political prisoners over my career that the greatest fear of any political prisoner, and especially for their families like Tatiana Komich here with us today, is that they will be forgotten. And this focus and attention on Maria and the many hundreds of Belarusian political prisoners is invaluable. President Havel never saw himself as a hero, but he clearly saw people like Maria and the other nominees for this year's prize, imprisoned Burundian human rights defender, recently released, formerly imprisoned, Burundian human rights defender Germain Rukiki and Reporters Sans Frontières, as providing great inspiration towards the advancement of human freedom. Yet the courageous work of all this year's nominees also highlights the challenges posed by the global rise of authoritarianism, nationalism, tribalism, and corruption, as well as the growing fatalism about the limits of democratic systems. As a lethal pandemic, economic and physical insecurity and violent conflict rages around the world, democracy's defenders have sustained new heavy losses in their struggle against authoritarian foes, shifting the international balance towards tyranny. According to Freedom House, 2020 marked the 15th consecutive year of a decline in global freedom, as measured by the number of countries that have trended authoritarian relative to those who have become more democratic. Today, there's some 2.8 billion people in the world, 36% of the global population, that live under authoritarian regimes. There's also extraordinary technological changes happening both here and on the horizon that present both great opportunities and challenges for authoritarian as well as democratic systems. For example, social media enhances people-to-people communications, but can also be harnessed to spread propaganda and disinformation. The combination of widespread deployment of CCTV cameras, facial recognition, and artificial intelligence are making the surveillance state in China almost as pervasive as George Orwell's 1984. While digital networks, blockchain, and cryptocurrency are being harnessed by democratic movements to enable financial transactions that authoritarian regimes have sought to block by freezing the bank accounts of opposition leaders and civil society groups, these very same technologies are also facilitating greater corruption and organized crime. In addition, neurotechnology, or methods to record, interpret, or alter brain activity, has the potential to profoundly alter what it means to be human. The brain is not just another organ, but one that generates all of our mental and cognitive activity. All of our thoughts, perceptions, imaginations, memories, decisions, and emotions are orchestrated by the firing of neural circuits in our brains. For the first time in history, we are facing the very real possibility of human thoughts being decoded or manipulated using technology. Although neurotechnology presents critical opportunities for scientific and medical breakthroughs and will open a vast new field for economic development, it also presents unprecedented human rights implications. To give you just one quick example of what this is about, Facebook now has a prototype of a wearable brain-computer interface, or BCI as it's referred to, that connects to a word processing program and enables you to transcribe your thoughts in your mind onto the screen at 100 words per minute. Imagine how an authoritarian regime might use such a device with its opponents to extract information. And what impact might this have on criminal law globally? The British jurist William Blackstone famously said, "It is better to let 10 guilty persons escape than to let one innocent suffer." Yet when it becomes possible to ascertain the guilt or innocence of criminal defendants by reading their minds, will governments be pressured by their people to abandon long protected rights to the presumption of innocence and against self-incrimination? Neurotechnology has tremendous potential to improve the human condition and advance our species, but precisely because it can be so transformative, it also raises fundamental human rights challenges that were never envisioned by today's international human rights treaties. Consequently, existing treaties cannot offer robust and comprehensive human rights protection that a neurotechnological world will require. Instead, today's era calls for a novel protection framework called neurorights, such as creating new rights like an absolute right to mental privacy. This is why I recently co-founded a new nonprofit organization called the Neuro Rights Foundation, which has already begun working with the UN and many others to develop a new set of international human rights that will prevent the misuse and abuse of neurotechnology by states. Given the focus of this year's conference on the COVID dilemma, rights and responsibilities, and the human rights crisis in Afghanistan, let me offer some brief comments on both situations before bringing my remarks to a rapid conclusion. As COVID spreads globally, both democratic and authoritarian governments have repeatedly resorted to excessive surveillance, discriminatory restrictions on freedoms like movement and assembly, and arbitrary or violent enforcement of such restrictions by police and non-state actors. Waves of false and misleading information, generated deliberately by political leaders in some cases, flooded many countries' communication systems, obscuring reliable data and jeopardizing lives. Dictators in countries like Belarus, Burma, Cambodia, China, Cuba, Ethiopia, Nicaragua, Russia, and Venezuela, to name just a few, have exploited the crisis to quash opposition and fortify their power. In addition, there's hardly been a single aspect of the response to the COVID pandemic, whether mask wearing, lockdowns, vaccine production, and school openings, that have not been free of politicization and disinformation. As one illustration of this phenomena, I'm at a total loss to understand why so few people are talking about the catastrophic moral failure of rich countries in hoarding vaccines. In total, some 6 billion doses of COVID vaccines have been administered in over 190 countries worldwide. But a full 1/3 of the world's vaccine supply was purchased by G7 countries, which make up only 13% of the global population. And only 300 million doses have been shipped by COVAX, the global vaccine program for low to middle income economies, to its 90+ target countries. To give a sense of what that means on the ground, by the end of 2021, the African continent will have received only 470 million doses, which will protect only 17% of a total population of 1.38 billion people. There is so much more to say and to discuss, and I look forward to the panel discussion coming later. Finally, on the human rights crisis in Afghanistan, it is hard to know where to begin, let alone with such limited time. I know for myself this has been deeply personal. In the days leading up to the U.S. withdrawal, I was working intensely with a number of others to get about 100 endangered Afghans out of the country. We managed to charter a plane, and we had gotten these individuals to a hotel in downtown Kabul, but by then it was too late. There was no way to get them the 5 kilometers to the airport. We had to cancel the flight. This failure was utterly devastating to me personally, and these people are all now in hiding with no easy prospect to get them out. In addition, the Taliban are already committing gross human rights abuses across the country, with a special focus on women and girls. There is much the world must do to compel global action and to put enormous pressure on the Taliban, but ultimately, these are enormous challenges that lie ahead. And I look forward to hearing again the discussion later this afternoon by our panel. It might be difficult in these difficult times to be overwhelmed with the enormity of our collective challenges. But what I've learned from my work helping to free political prisoners over the course of my career is that despite the often impossible odds, failure is not an option. When you're working for a prisoner and their family, you have to keep the faith, and you have no choice but to persevere. Or as President Havel said, quote, "The kind of hope that I often think about, I understand above all as a state of mind, not a state of the world. Either we have hope within us or we don't. It is a dimension of the soul. It's not essentially dependent upon some particular observation of the world or estimate of our situation." There's every reason to believe that with hope, strategic thinking, and relentless effort, we can leave the world a little better off than how we found it. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Jared, for this wonderful and comprehensive overview of the rugged terrain of human rights and for the Havelian message of hope as well. Thanks a lot. There may be many of us who will have questions to Jared about what he said in his speech, and you can use the Slido application to ask questions, and they would be referred to during the panels that will follow. But now I think it is the time to invite on the stage, in the absence of our laureate, her sister, Tatiana. Please join me on the stage. Welcome. Okay, Tatiana, if you want to say a few words first, now is your time.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a great honor for me to represent today my sister Maria Kolesnikova, who is in prison in Belarus now for already a year. And I had possibility to tell her that she was awarded with Václav Havel Prize, and it's a great honor for her. She was really surprised, and she gave her words of gratitude for such recognition, for such attention. I want to tell a little bit more about Maria and situation in Belarus. As of September 29th, as of today, 702 individuals are recognized as political prisoners in Belarus. And according to the Belarusian Investigative Committee, 4,600 criminal cases connected to the past election protests were opened as of July 30th, 2021. Most likely, you are familiar with the story of my brave and courageous sister Maria Kolesnikova, who was snatched from the street in downtown Minsk by an unidentified masked man on September 7th, 2020. In November, 2 months after, while in a pre-detention center, Maria recounted the story of her abduction and intimidation, which was subsequently published in the media. After my abduction, they dragged me by force into the office of the head of the Directorate Combating Organized Crime and Corruption of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, where he yelled, insulted, and intimidated me. They delivered an ultimatum. Either I'm leaving the country and from abroad I can do whatever I want, or they will force me out alive or in parts. They will break my fingers and lock me up for 25 years in prison, where I will sew shirts for the security forces. The conversation lasted a couple of hours with a break for rest in a solitary confinement cell, says Maria. After that, Maria was transferred to the KGB pre-trial detention center, searched and placed under solitary confinement. Several hours later, another conversation with members of security forces took place. Next day, the security forces tried to forcibly remove Maria from Belarus. Despite all the threats, she fought the deportation plan, tore her passport into pieces, and went to the border with Ukraine and walked back towards the Belarus border. Since then, Maria has been under arrest. On September 6th, she was sentenced to 11 years in prison in Belarus. Many meetings between Maria and her lawyers in the pre-detention center are held in rooms designated for meetings with especially dangerous criminals. Maria and her lawyer are separated by a blank partition, and they can see each other only through a small transparent glass. During the past 12 months in prison, Maria has only seen her cellmates, lawyers, investigators, and guards. On September 7th, just several weeks ago, our father, who is in Minsk, was allowed for a 1-hour meeting in the pre-detention center. He asked for the meetings further during last weeks, but he was refused again. Sometimes she does not receive letters for several weeks, although we know that people from all over the world write her hundreds of letters each month, and in the best case, she will only get several dozens. Now imagine that there are at least 702 stories like these. Some political prisoners get sick with COVID, and they are quarantined with healthy cellmates for 10 or 15 days. They do not receive any medical care. Some suffer from chronic diseases. Often they are driven to despair and go on hunger strike, like Igor Losik. Maxim Znak and Inessa Studinskaya. Some try to kill themselves, like Stepan Latipov. There is a case of death in Kelani. Vitolta Shurek died under obscure circumstances. Who are political prisoners in Belarus? They are ordinary people, actually. It's just taxi drivers, factory workers, students, doctors, CEOs of IT startups, retirees, engineers, and so on. Meanwhile, the investigation committee refused to investigate tortures and acts of cruel, inhuman, degrading treatment in the detention centers during August 2020. Let me remind you that thousands of people were detained during these days, and they also submitted violence against them, and even there were cases of sexual violence under men and women. Most of victims were forced to go through the corridors when law enforcement officers lined up in two lines to hit the detainees running between them with truncheons. The security forces massively violated the requirements of proportionality and justification of the use of violence during the detention of citizens, and also used violence after the arrest when people did not pose a danger and did not offer resistance. The ongoing wave of repression is further evidence of a systematic and well-planned campaign, the ultimate goal of which is to silence all remaining decent and stifle civic activity in Belarus. As you may be known, people in Belarus for many years, the people who want to make changes in Belarus, greet each other with such a phrase, long live Belarus, Живе Беларусь in Belarusian. And I want to end my speech with words of Maria from the pre-detention center. In prison, you cannot talk between cells. For this, they can be placed in a punishment cell. It stops a lot of people, and the prisoners find ways to communicate with each other. There is an approved language of tapping on walls, greetings, radiators, like greetings, thanks, wishes for good night, or bon appetit. This is a certain code rhythm that everyone understands. For example, at 10 p.m., lights out, and the whole prison turns into a huge musical instrument. Good night crashes down the walls to each other. Recently, a greeting from Belarusian has appeared. It's long live Belarus, the same greeting. When we hear this rhythm, we know that hours are near. And together, it's not scary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And please join me.
Up.
That was wonderful.
Yeah, that is how it works.
That's how it works. Well, Tatiana, thank you. First of all, another word of congratulations to your sister through you, although I understand that most of the time you only able to communicate with her through her lawyer. Is that so?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
But of course, you now all understand that this is Maria, this is Tatiana, this is Germain Rukuki. We don't have a picture of the Reporters Without Borders, because being without borders, this hall is too small for the picture. But there are many, many of those. Now, Tatiana, what struck many of the jurors of this prize as we were deliberating and choosing among all the worthy candidates, there were about 30 this year, were the similarities between her story and the story of the man after whom this prize is named, Václav Havel. Like Havel, your sister is an artist, a musician in her case, while he was a writer and a playwright. And what brought him into a conflict with the communist regime what brought him into politics and what also brought him to jail was his profound sense of responsibility for the world around him, his inner need to live in truth, as he put it, and his courage to speak out. So what has brought your sister, Maria, into public activities, into politics, into conflict with the Lukashenko regime, and into prison, I'm afraid? What were the beginnings of her story?
The situation in Belarus before elections 2020 actually developed very fastly. As you maybe know, Maria lived for 13 years. She lived in Germany. She was a musician, flutist, conductor. She was a project manager. She learned in Germany a lot about contemporary art, contemporary music, how to create it, how to move it. And she, for many years, last years, she was working on it in Belarus also. She wanted to bring it to Belarus to uncover this contemporary art for Belarusian people. And she started to work in OK16 Cultural Hub, which was founded by Viktor Babarika, who was presidential contender for elections 2020. So just in May 2020, when the elections were announced for 9th of August, Viktor Babarika immediately decided to participate in this campaign, and he proposed to Maria to join his team. And she agreed very fastly. She did not hesitate, and she stated about it many times. Why she did it, actually? Because Viktor Babarika, he was not a politician, he was a bank chairman, and for many years he brought and developed a lot of cultural projects in Belarus. He was one of the initiators who brought paintings of Belarusian artists to Belarus in 2014. It was pictures by Marc Chagall, Haim Sutin. He also worked on theater projects, on musical projects. So, and Maria started to work with him as an art director of Cultural Center, and she clearly understood that they have some common values. And that's how I said. She joined his team. She agreed immediately, and then they clearly understand that he can be detained. His son also was ahead of this campaign. And Maria knew that if it will happen, if they will be detained, she can proceed this fight. She can represent him further. And just after a month, in June 2020, Viktor Babarika was arrested. So Maria started to represent his team. And you know that many candidates were not registered. Some of them already was detained in June and in July, also like Sergei Tikhanovsky. And then in July, Maria supported Svetlana Tikhanovskaya together with Veronika Tepkala to move forward, to participate in presidential elections. So this is, yeah.
Okay, these are her political beginnings. I'm also looking for
initial background.
Yes. No, for her beginnings as a human rights icon. And there apparently was a point after the election when she could have left the country. She had an opportunity to leave, and she stood up in protest. The word is that she tore her passport, and she ended up in jail. Where do you think she gathered the strength, the courage to do this?
I must admit that Maria have always been a very courageous woman from her childhood, very principled, and she always knew, she always followed what is happening in Belarus, and even living in Germany. And she followed all the news, she knew about all the presidential campaigns, how people were tortured, detained, moved out of the country. And it was always important for her. But you know that for many years, for more than 20 years, we have been told that there are no other politicians in Belarus. And I think that at some point she decided that she would better live in Germany. Yes, but life in Germany has taught her a lot the value of human rights, of human dignity. That's why I think at some point in May last year, she decided that this is a great possibility for changes in Belarus. That's why she started to participate in the campaign. And talking about August, yes, so it appeared like Svetlana Tikhanovskaya was moved out of Belarus. Veronika Tsipkala also said women from this women trio left Belarus before because she was persecuted and her husband were persecuted by Belarusian authorities. But at the time, our teammates from Viktor Babarika team, as I said, himself, his son, their friends, colleagues were detained. Some of our team members also who ran the campaign, they were detained for that time. And Maria clearly stated that she cannot go back to Germany, for example, or leave the country while her friends are in prison, that she will fight further for them. That's how she stood in Belarus. And of course, if we talk about it, our father talked to her, so maybe you should leave. And a lot of people talked to her, but she refused every time, and she decided that she will stay. And of course, she left one of the leaders, one of the persons who stayed and in August and participated and inspired people to fight further.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she accepted responsibility. That's, I think, the gist of it, like it was with Havel. And as you noted, the struggle for freedom in Belarus has been now going on for more than 20 years. Actually, the very first recipient of the Václav Havel Human Rights Prize was Aleš Bilyatsky, another Belarusian human rights figure. And over the years, we have had the honor and the pleasure to meet a number of Belarusian opposition figures, people like Vincent Vyachorka, Anatoly Lebedko, or Alexander Milinkiewicz. Today, the fight against dictatorship has been taken over by a new generation of activists, people like you mentioned, Viktor Babarika, in whose campaign your sister worked, Vincent Vyachorka's son, Franak Vyachorka, Sergei Tikhanovsky, and his wife Svetlana, whom we had the pleasure to meet in the Václav Havel Library just a few months ago, your sister Maria, and others. So it's a new generation. Have the goals of the opposition changed or remained the same? And has its strategy changed? What is it you want to achieve, and in what time frame?
I think that nothing changed, actually. People fight for elementary human rights, for possibility to define themselves, who will lead the country, how the Belarus will develop further, that no one can force you to stay in the country or leave the country. Nothing changed, actually. I think that just new people appeared, new technologies also appeared, yes, and the time of Lukashenko actually has gone, yes, and as you said, that these are rather young people that a future of Belarus, and they should decide how to live in the future, what Belarus should be.
All right, I have many more questions, but I'm afraid we're running out of time. So my last question. Last night at the dinner, a friend of mine who will speak later this afternoon congratulated you on the prize, but expressed at the same time some skepticism as to whether the support extended to you and the Belarusian movement from us Europeans is really relevant and effective in making things change. So my last question is, what can we in the Václav Havel Library and the Charta 77 Foundation and in the Czech Republic and in Europe do practically to really make a difference and see you and your friends and your sister here soon again as a part of Europe that is whole and free?
I have heard many times, even several months ago, that like political crisis in Belarus is just Belarusian, yes, but several months ago we saw that it's not only an issue of Belarus, yes, and this, some cases and situations with airplane, with immigrants on the border, with Poland and Lithuania, now defined that actually it's also a European issue, yes, and international issue. So, and in this situation, of course, we need a close attention from European countries, politicians, media also, to spread the word, to support each other and support Belarusians media, support Belarusian people, activists, and to talk about it as much as possible, to pay attention to it, because you see that now it's not only a Belarusian issue, that this is the thing that European Union will not cope with and should participate actively in resolution of Belarusian crisis.
Tatiana Komic, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tatiana, you stay here, and I will now invite to the stage the two other finalists, Scholastic Rukuki, the sister of Germaine Rukuki, and Pierre Husky for the Reporters Without Borders. And I will invite Teresa Engelová, who will be in charge of the debate.
So we are ready. All right. Thank you very much to Mr. Žantovský, and I am very honored to be here with these absolutely amazing, exclusive guests. It is a big honor, and let me just introduce you very shortly, because our panel doesn't have a particular issue. It's actually you personally who will be the topic of this panel. So Tatiana Komic, we have already introduced you, but you yourself, besides being a sister of Maria, you joined the team of presidential contender Viktor Babarika, and you are the representative of the Coordination Council for Political Prisoners. So I hope that we are going to talk a little bit about your activities as well. Mrs. Rukuki, Scholastic Rukuki, she is a sister of Burundian human rights fighter Germaine Rukuki, who has spent 4 years in prison. He has been originally convicted for 32 years in prison, but after successful appeal, this has been decreased to 1 year, and Germaine has got out of prison this summer. And last but not least, Mr. Pierre Husky, he is the president of Reporters Without Borders, a very important organization for the rights, fighting for the rights of journalists and media around the world. I hope that Mr. Husky is going to introduce the organization himself. Let me start with a short introduction of your activities, and then I will have questions for the ladies. Thank you. So, Mr. Husky, if you would be so kind and maybe tell us, it's actually kind of connected with the ending of the previous discussion, because we are here in a way, at Václav Havel's honor. And he said that each of us is responsible for the world. But especially with the boom of social media networks, I have a feeling that thanks to the anonymity, which it's, you know, like everybody can say whatever they want, basically anonymously, I have a feeling that many people keep saying, why would we care? You know, like every country's its own business, how they want to have it there, they have it there, you know, like, so it's like every country's business. Would you agree with that? And what can you do with it?
First of all, thank you for having me here. And first of all, congratulations to Maria and to Tatiana. And I think the stories we just heard make us humble in the fight for human rights, particularly when we do it from the comfort of having an EU passport and in the comfort of our capitals. I must say, the fate of people who are fighting in those environments is really incredible, and it requires our support and admiration. Reporters Without Borders was founded over 30 years ago from Paris, and it's now represented all over the world. And things have changed in those 30 years. 30 years ago, the main activity of an organization such as this one was to support journalists who were persecuted in a country. You would campaign for them, you would campaign for a media that was silenced in some country. And that was, let's say, a classical type of activity, like what Amnesty International does for political prisoners of conscience and so on. Things have changed, I said, because the threats have changed. And in particular, today, we are faced with two new types of threats to press and information freedom. One of them, which we had not anticipated, is technology. And as you said, social media are today all over the world. And they were first greeted, and we all greeted them. And I'm the founder of a website, an information website in France, and we welcomed the changes as freedom was going to be spread through technology. Everybody had access to the possibility to express themselves without any limitation, and this was seen as a conquest of freedom. But as was said in the introduction speech, the tools for freedom also became tools for oppression. The tools for free expression became tools for manipulation, for spreading rumors, counter-information. And that was not foreseen, and we were not prepared for that. And I think this has become a major issue in our world today, is how to keep the freedom and see how the technology and those who are using them, the big platforms who only care about their profit margins at the end of the month and not about how their technology is being used, how these people could be regulated without suppressing the freedom. That's a delicate balance that we have to find. And the third aspect that I wanted to touch upon, and it's been touched upon in previous interventions, is the decline of our democratic environment in this world. As was said in the introduction again, the number of countries that have full and prosperous democracies is diminishing and is regressing. And so, you know, when you have the President of the United States who says in his rallies, the New York Times is fake news, then you have a problem, because dictators around the world said, well, if the President of the United States says it, I can jail my journalists without any problem. And this is the kind of new environment we're living in. Who would have guessed that in neighboring Slovakia or in Malta, journalists would be just murdered? Within the European Union, that was something, you know, for murdering journalists was supposed to be in countries at war or in countries that would be under authoritarian regimes, not in democratic European Union states. And this has happened. So our organization has transformed to fight those new threats. Only last week in New York, during the UN General Assembly, we sponsored a summit meeting that created a new panel of experts based on what happens with the climate change. You know, there's this international panel of climate change experts, which is producing reports on which we base our policies. They're telling us that if we don't do anything, you know, the global temperature will rise. We're trying to establish such a tool and that can be accepted by everybody with recognized panelists, with recognized criteria to establish the fate of information and press freedom in the world. This can be a useful tool for assessing in which world we are living in. The other tool we have created, and I will stop there, is called Journalism Trust Initiative. It's a kind of, you could say it's a label that based on very specific and professional criteria that will establish whether a news item has been produced with the quality that is needed to produce reliable information. And we're trying to negotiate with the platforms, Facebook, Google, and so on, so that they use those criteria in their algorithm. Because at the moment, this is a wild world in which some manipulation produced by some content farm in St. Petersburg has the same value as an investigation from the New York Times or the Financial Times or professional journalists for the platforms. They don't care. So if you introduce those criteria, at least you guarantee that you don't censor anything, but you guarantee that news that is produced with some professional and ethical criteria are promoted and not spread among lies and fake news. So these are the things we are trying to push at the moment, which is something that has changed the work of a human rights organization like ours. We used to be campaigning and defending people who were in jail. We still do that, and there's a lot of work to do. And as Freedom Now was doing, we've also tried to help journalists get out of Kabul. We've had setbacks like he described. We had the same kind of failed operations. Some succeeded and some failed. But at the same time, we have to address the new threats to the world media environment. And that's really something that that people are still not conscious enough of the world we're living in. But if we don't take into account technology, if we don't take into account the political environment and stick to old ways of defending political prisoners and oppression, I think we will miss the realities of this world.
Thank you very much. I hope that we are still going to get back to some of the topics which you touched. But at the moment, let me give a word to Tatiana and to Madame Rukuki, because you are in a bit tricky position. You are here as a representative of your siblings. How did their fight influence your life? I mean, in a sense, if it is a burden or if it is a huge responsibility, if it complicated your life, and if you can introduce the struggles of your siblings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I would say that I also participated in the campaign in 2020, in presidential campaign. I was a team member, so it was not like I didn't decide on my own. Yes, because so I actually also joined the team because I shared the values. I understood that we have a great team, a great leader that we can move with forward and that can introduce changes. And that's why it was not for me difficult to decide to move further when Maria was detained, that I should represent her, yes, so that I could do it. And from the other side, it's I think this is like also my input to further movement, further protests, yes, to give her a voice, because actually even being a year in a prison, we constantly have news from her, and she inspires by these messages, news updates. She inspires Belarusians, but because she keeps strong. She because for this year, her lawyers, they said they have never seen her in a bad mood. She's always positive. She's always very strong, and I understand that this is a way also to inspire people to keep her on the top, and also inspire people in Belarus also, because of course of them it's really difficult for them to live now there and to cope with it. As for me, and many months ago, it's also turned into a fight not just for my sister, but for other political prisoners. When she was detained, she was a 70s political prisoner, and now there are 700 political prisoners. And I understand that as soon as there are hundreds of them, Maria also will not be released. So this is also my fight for her and for others. And this is my input in this struggle, in this fight. And I live abroad already for more than a year. I also left country because of that. And I also have an opportunity to reach out to people in other countries. Yes, so this is also my way, how I can do it, how I can help. So, yeah.
Thank you. And Madame Rukuki?
Bonjour à tout le monde. Bonjour, Monsieur le Directeur. Bonjour à tous les conférenciers d'aujourd'hui. Aujourd'hui,
the English interpreting will come after Madame Rukuki's speech from the Czech interpreting.
Beaucoup d'entre vous connaissent son histoire. Son histoire qui, je dirais, a dégénéré en 2017, mais sa lutte avait commencé avant. Il avait commencé sa lutte juste après ses études, parce qu'il a fait ses études en économie politique. Et quand il a terminé ses études, il a rejoint l'équipe, une association qui lutte contre la torture. Et cette association s'appelle, en abrégé, acute. Acute qui est basée un peu partout dans les pays européens. Je pense qu'il est basé en Belgique, il est basé en France, il est basé effectivement au Burundi. Et pendant cette période, Germain Rukuki a joué un grand rôle. Il a joué un rôle d'aller visiter les prisonniers. Les prisonniers, pas seulement politiques, mais les prisonniers globalement. Et pendant toutes ces périodes, il parcourait toutes les prisons du Burundi. Et ça lui a inspiré, ça lui a enseigné, jusqu'à même à défendre leurs droits, parce qu'il allait vers les avocats. Il avait des contacts avec les avocats sans frontières pour pouvoir venir en aide à tous ces prisonniers. Et voilà qu'à la fin, cette association a dit, ben voilà, ça c'est un élément à ne pas mettre en dehors de notre association parce qu'il nous inspire et il a quelque chose à donner au peuple burundais. Et il a été nommé, comme il avait fait l'économie, il a été nommé comme comptable à cet organisme. Et voilà que, avant tout ça, il avait un sens social. Dans quel cadre? Dans le cadre d'aider les gens qui peut-être peuvent manquer dans le... Parce qu'il avait un groupe universel et il allait même dans les hôpitaux pour un don du sang parce qu'il avait un groupe, il a toujours un groupe donc universel. Donc ce sens social, pour lui, ça date de très longtemps, de très jeune âge. Et comme il avait fait aussi un service militaire après son secondaire, avant d'aller à l'université, ça lui a inspiré beaucoup de choses aussi, jusque même à dire à mes parents que voilà, c'est peut-être le moment d'approcher le service armé pour pouvoir aider le Burundi. Parce que le Burundi connaît une histoire de guerre qui date depuis 1972. Mais mon père, connaissant en fait l'histoire du Burundi, comme lui aussi il a fait la politique, mon père il était député en 1961 et après il a arrêté ça pour aller effectivement défendre le peuple parce qu'il avait fait le droit. Et il a travaillé dans le secteur de justice, mon père, jusqu'à l'âge de la pension. Et je pense que cette bravoure a donné aussi à l'une de ses enfants, donc ma grande sœur, qui est aussi avocat. Et mon frère aussi, qui est journaliste, mais qui, pour l'instant, il n'est pas non plus sur le terrain, à cause aussi des problèmes qui règnent au Burundi. Il est en asile dans les pays européens aussi. Et voilà, l'histoire de mon frère est longue. Donc voilà qu'en 2015, alors, la guerre a déclenché. Et quand la guerre a déclenché, c'était dur. C'était dur parce que cette association n'avait pas la facilité pour travailler. Parce que le gouvernement, il persécutait tous les défenseurs des droits de l'homme, donc y compris l'association où mon frère travaillait, y compris les journalistes, y compris d'autres opposants.
Maybe, because I'm not sure if everybody understands, maybe can we ask for the translation, please? Because maybe there is some consecutive translation, but I'm not sure about that, so...
Dobrý den, zdravím všechny účastníky.
Hello, good day to you, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with you today in Prague because I am representing my brother Germain. Many of you know his story and you know his situation got worse in 2017 after his arrest. He fought for human rights even before that. He started fighting for human rights after his studies. He studied political economy and afterwards he joined the ACAT organization, the Burundi action by Christians for the Abolition of Torture. They have branches in France and also in Burundi. My brother played an important role in the association, visiting political prisoners and other prisoners in prisons. He went around prisons in Burundi and he was inspired by the prisoners. They taught him a lot and he defended their rights. He was in contact with lawyers and tried to make sure their rights were always upheld. The organization later made him their accountant because they realized my brother was very important for them. My brother always fought for equal rights in society. He wanted to help people. He was even a blood donor. He started very young. When he was in the army, it also inspired him. And he wanted the army to help improve the situation in Burundi. Burundi has been at war since 1972, and my brother believed that the army should be helping Burundi. He also told my parents. My father was also a human rights proponent. In 1961, he was a deputy, and he was in politics. Later, he stopped and also started promoting human rights. He kept on promoting this topic until he retired. That's the story of my brother. In 2015, war started again in Burundi. It was very difficult for us, and it was also very difficult for his association. They could not carry on with their work. Their members were persecuted, not only they, but all other human rights defenders and journalists.
Maintenant, si on parle de l'année 2015, où en fait la guerre a recommencé, je dirais comme ça, parce qu'il y a eu d'autres guerres avant. Ce qui a déclenché la guerre de 2015, c'est en fait le président qui voulait prendre le 3e mandat. Normalement, la loi dit que chaque président doit être au pouvoir pendant 2 mandats seulement. Et alors, le président a forcé, il a voulu prendre le 3e mandat et il y a eu alors des oppositions. Et c'est comme ça que le droit de l'homme s'est levé. Il a dit, ben voilà, maintenant, on doit défendre le peuple parce que la guerre a commencé, ils ont tué des gens. Ils ont incarcéré donc les opposants, déportés disparus, des gens qui ne connaissent même pas est-ce que les leurs ils sont morts, est-ce qu'ils sont en vie. Les gens qui aujourd'hui ils ont un espoir peut-être que cette tragédie va terminer, mais quand? C'est pour ça aujourd'hui. Ces défenseurs des droits de l'homme au Burundi, qui travaillent difficilement, qui travaillent durement parce qu'ils n'ont pas la liberté de faire ce qu'ils doivent faire, ils ont besoin de vous. Aujourd'hui, je lance un appel à la communauté internationale de pouvoir, peut-être de loin, donner un message au Burundi, donner un message au pouvoir burundais qui doit cesser de tuer son peuple. Parce que c'est le peuple que tu dois défendre. Le président, le pouvoir autour ne devait pas tuer. Mais c'est ce qui se passe aujourd'hui. Il y en a qui sont dans le pouvoir, qui ont eu un mandat international.
We have just 5 minutes of introduction for each of the participants, so if we can ask for the translation and then maybe we could continue with the discussion because we have 20 minutes left, so thank you.
In 2015, the war broke out again. Before that, as I said, Burundi experienced other wars. This war started because the president wanted to run for office a third time, even though our constitution states only 2 times in office are possible. That started new protests for human rights. Many people were detained, many people disappeared, and nobody knows if they are still alive or if they are dead. Everybody is hoping the situation will end soon, but nobody knows when. The work of human rights defenders in Burundi is very difficult because nobody can do it freely. That is why they need you. And I would like to ask the international community to appeal to the Burundi government, to ask it to stop killing its citizens, the people of Burundi, because it's supposed to protect them, not kill them.
Germain m'a demandé de vous remercier en guise de son prix. Ce prix, ce diplôme, il y a un message derrière ça, un message de le soutenir pour aller de l'avant. Et maintenant que la communauté européenne, Amnesty, Union européenne, Human Rights, qui ont lutté pour qu'il puisse sortir, maintenant, il est sorti de la prison. Et son objectif, c'est d'aller de l'avant. Maintenant, la prison lui a donné le courage. Le temps qu'il a passé dans la prison, il a eu le temps de mûrir pour pouvoir continuer à lutter pour le peuple, lutter pour défendre les droits de l'homme. Et il est en train d'élaborer une association qui viendra en aide pour défendre les défenseurs des droits de l'homme. C'est maintenant alors qu'il a besoin de vous pour aller avec vous et avancer pour le bien du peuple burundais et au niveau international. Je vous remercie énormément.
I would like to thank you on behalf of my brother Germain for the certificate he got as part of this award. It means great support for him, and it also symbolizes something that will help him progress in his work. Thanks to the work of the EU and Amnesty International, this will be possible. Thanks to other efforts, he has already been released from prison, and his main goal is to continue in his work. In prison, he gained even more courage and more will to fight for human rights. He has already founded an association that will help human rights defenders, and now he needs your support and help, because he wants to fight for the good of the Burundian people and the good of people everywhere. Thank you very much.
Well, you are talking about the international support. Maybe let's continue with that. You have already touched it with Mr. Jantovský, the European support. I would like to know, because Europe has reacted towards the Belarus regime and towards its activities and atrocities to protesting citizens by putting some sanctions on Belarus Bank, on the airport, like on the flights, and these kind of restrictions. Does it work, in your opinion? And or there should be some more support? Like, do you think that Europe is doing enough? And what would be the most effective results?
Sanctions always make some pressure, yes, make some effect. I think now it's even difficult to understand it for those who initiated it and for Belarusian authorities also. Yes, but as we know, there will be a fifth round of sanctions also, and they should be even stronger than already exist. And also, sanctions has some timely effect. And as we see from previous cases in Belarus and not in Belarus, there is a short period where sanctions work, actually, because countries can adapt to it and they will become as a new normal. And it means, in that case, as from the other side, yes, we see that for Belarusian people, now it's a really difficult situation of repressions, and it doesn't become better anymore. So the first thing that should be asked for Lukashenko, yes, is to stop repressions and release political prisoners. I think this is the first message that should be delivered and the first items that should be done. And since we do not see any, as I said, any better aspects of this situation of repressions, I mean, some movement to the positive side, it's probably that sooner or later, like, it will become a dead end, like deadlock, yes, deadlock. And we should not make it happen, actually. So I mean that Lukashenko will not care at some time that, like, okay, I don't care about these sanctions, yes, they do not influence me, because he will adapt to it in some way. Someone maybe find some possibilities in Russia or in other countries to live under sanctions, and that will be it. And it means that in future he will not be interested in releasing people and stopping repressions, and also in stopping repressions against non-governmental organizations and in media, so making, again, civil society work. So he will not be interested in it. That's why there should be, perhaps there is a short period of possible negotiation, possible communication with him, where this will work, yes, that where some negotiation can be implemented. And from Europe and United States, this period should not be missed, actually, when he still will be interested in it, yes, and to stop repressions, yes, as I said, it's messages and items that should be on the first line to stop repressions and release political prisoners.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You have mentioned, like at the beginning, you mentioned that there are many prisoners among journalists, and the media has already been completely, like the independent media has been damaged, I would say, or like most of the independent TVs have been closed. Journalists either ran away from Belarus or simply are not allowed to work or are behind bars. Where do people get information, and what are the ways? Because there are some Nexta TV channel, many people communicated through Telegram, but is it really proper journalism? Isn't it more like an activist journalism? And maybe that is a question for Mr. Husky as well, you know, like how actually these kind of replacement media, which are very important during the time of revolution, work during this kind of transition period and after?
I will start, yes, this one interesting point that actually this kind of like bloggers, yes, and activists appeared even before. So, and I think it's really important that they exist. I mean, before 2020, because a lot of information came from them last year, and it built a sustainable network of such activists who make this information very public. And maybe it's also a great achievement that it appeared earlier, so that now when registered journalists cannot work on site, yes, I mean Belarusian independent journalists can work on site, such platforms exist. So it's really helps us to have all this information. From the other side, some international journalists still can go to Belarus. Of course, a lot of them afraid to do it. Some of them moved out of Belarus after some statements and maybe some messages, yes, that they make, then they show, but still, at least a little bit, they can do it. They can also go to Belarus. Of course, there is, unfortunately, there is also not so many people who now can speak because they're afraid to do it.
But how do they get the information, like what is going on? And do they, I mean, like ordinary Belarusian people, how do they get like information from the opposition, let's say, or what's going on around the world?
Yeah, as it happens, as you said, also through these activists, but they started to be professional media, actually independent professional media, and it did not appear yesterday. It started to work already like a year and a half. So that is how it works, and there is a network of such people in different places in Belarus, in different towns, who provide this information, as well as human rights defenders, activists, as we had through that many human rights defenders are in prison now, and main of them are actually like Ales Belyatsky from Vesna, and there are 7 of them. But still, this organization works because they build this activities network through the whole Belarus, and still people can submit this and tell about what is happening with political prisoners who are detained every day. So they proceed their work in such a way.
Mr. Husky, maybe if you would want to comment on that, and is there a way how your organization, for example, can help to professionalize this kind of alternative in the brackets media?
We have the experience of Eritrea. Eritrea is a really very tough regime in the Horn of Africa, and for almost 20 years we've helped exiled Eritrean journalists to have a radio, a shortwave radio, that is transmitting towards Eritrea. They are based in Paris. This radio has been working on a professional basis for 20 years. We've helped them to raise the budget. Today, they are on a self-sustainable basis. And we've helped them to keep it professional and not to make it propaganda versus another propaganda, which I think would be counterproductive. And we have to help people from Belarus or now from Afghanistan to do the same, to keep the flow of information both ways, out of the country and back in the country. We have contacts that have been established in Vilnius with exiled Belarus journalists who are trying to keep this professional journalism environment alive, and I have no doubt that we will be able to do that in Afghanistan. At the moment, Afghanistan is on an emergency basis. The problem is to get them out or to help those who are inside. Last week, we published a statement signed by 103 Afghan journalists. Some of them were outside the country, some of them are inside. 20% of them are female journalists, because female journalists have a kind of double punishment for being journalists and for being women. And they launched an appeal to the world not to let Afghan journalism die, because that's what is at stake at the moment, is the death of journalism.
This 11 rules
the 11 rules, which are in appearance banal, you know, write the truth. But who says what is the truth? And if there's no judicial, no written law, no written rules, then you are at the mercy of the man who has the Kalashnikov and not a judge. And so, but we are confident that at the moment we are helping them. For example, in Paris, all the major media groups have signed the commitment to welcome Afghan journalists for a while in their teams, to give them at least a transition period in which they can continue to do their job.
And the response from these organizations is good, or
yes, they have accepted. They have all signed. All the big public TV, Le Monde, AFP, all the major, those who have a good size where they can afford doing that, have all signed the commitment. They will do it. So this is at least to keep that journalism alive. If journalists who arrive from Afghanistan cannot practice journalism, then they will become what, taxi drivers, and journalism will be dead, because you'll have to start from zero without any professional journalism memory kept. The important is to keep the line continuing.
And do you think that it can be done through like platforms like Telegram, or like, you know, what has happened in Belarus actually?
You know, I lived for 5 years as a correspondent in China. And I can tell you the technology, China is very good at using technology for oppression, but technology is also a tool of bypassing the oppression. And you cannot imagine the imagination that people use to get access to information. I was always amazed in China how much people knew about the suppressed information, because you know, you don't need to be a hacker to go around government forbidden roads. So there are many ways, and people always find a way, and then it spreads very quickly. So I think that's something we should encourage. That we have in our organization, we have a team that is giving advice, is organizing seminars in Central Asia or in places where this is a dangerous trade to deal with information, to protect data for journalists, first of all, to protect their own sources, their own information, and secondly, to use the tools of technology also to access the public and get their information through. So there are many ways to do that. There are lots of people in the IT sector who are involved and who want to be involved in bringing technology for freedom and not for oppression.
I will get to one more point with you. I hope we still have the time for that. But let me just mention one thing. You have mentioned China, and there are actually the biggest number of imprisoned journalists in the world is China, according to your organization. It's 75. My question for Madame Rukuki is, because we have been talking about the external possibilities of pressure, but China is very active in Africa, in many fields, especially economical fields. I would say that it is winning over Europe and the United States definitely in that respect. It's not probably likely that China is going to promote the freedom of speech and human rights, I guess, in most of the African countries where it is active economically. So how would you see these kind of activities, and like, would you have, I don't know, some sort of opinion about the possible European or Western involvement? Or is it more on the local activists to simply fight for that, for your freedoms?
Là, je suis d'accord effectivement que c'est les défenseurs de droits de l'homme locaux qui doivent lutter effectivement pour le pays, mais ils sont limités. Ils sont limités parce qu'ils sont persécutés. Et avec la persécution, il y en a même qui, parmi eux, qui ont été contraints de partir parce qu'ils étaient menacés de mort. Notamment, effectivement, le directeur de cette association de la lutte contre la torture. Lui, il a échappé bel et bien, et il est en exil au Rwanda, je pense, mais il n'est pas basé seulement au Rwanda, parce qu'il vient de temps en temps en Europe pour des séminaires. Il y a des journalistes qui sont emprisonnés. Il y a des droits de l'homme, les défenseurs des droits de l'homme qui sont aussi en exil. Il y a les défenseurs des droits de l'homme qui sont toujours en prison. Donc, pour moi, ils ont besoin d'un soutien qui vient d'ailleurs. Ça va leur donner la force pour pouvoir vraiment travailler comme il faut sur le terrain. Je vous remercie. Et ça, il ne faut pas oublier aussi qu'en dehors de ça, ce n'est pas seulement ces défenseurs des droits de l'homme ou journalistes qui sont en exil. Il y a plus de 4000 réfugiés, que ce soit politiques ou non politiques, qui sont partis depuis 2015 en dehors du pays. Ils ont été accueillis par les pays frontaliers, le Rwanda, l'Ouganda, la Tanzanie, peut-être même le Kenya. Ces gens-là, ils ont besoin de revenir dans le pays. Ils ont besoin de revenir, se reconstruire. Et si l'opinion internationale, l'Occident n'intervient pas pour que la paix puisse revenir au Burundi, ces gens-là ne vont pas revenir. Il y en a même qui ont été graciés dernièrement, mais à la fin de la sortie de la prison, ils ont été portés disparus. Il y en a qui, on ne sait pas, est-ce qu'ils ont été tués? Et là, il y a une grande peur. Il y a une grande peur. L'Occident, ils savent bien ce qui se passe en Afrique, précisément le Burundi. Mais si vous intervenez, si vous faites comprendre au pouvoir qu'il faut arrêter de persécuter sa population, sûrement que la paix va revenir au Burundi et le pays va se reconstruire de nouveau. Ces gens-là qui sont partis, qui ont besoin, qui pleurent pour retourner dans leur pays, ils vont revenir, reconstruire leur pays, faire des projets. Mais sans vous, ils ne sauront rien faire. Je vous remercie.
Thank you.
I agree that local activists should fight for human rights in their countries, but they are very limited in what they can do because they're either persecuted or they are in exile because they were threatened with death. It goes for the director of the association my brother worked with. He's now in exile in Rwanda, and sometimes he visits Europe for seminars. This is valid also for journalists who are either in prison or in exile. That's why we do need external help. We do need the West to act. That's what will empower our activists, and they can do their field work well. Refugees also need your help. There are more than 4,000 refugees who had to flee the country since 2015. They're in Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya, and they wish they can come back. Western countries have to help to ensure they can come back. Some activists were granted pardon, they were released, but sometimes they disappeared, they are missing, and nobody knows whether they are still alive. So there is real fear in our country. Westerners know what's happening in a country. That's why you have to go and ask our government to stop. Those exiled in neighboring countries want to come back, but they need Westerners to help to be able to come back and rebuild their country. With your help, nothing will be possible.
But I would really appreciate if you could very briefly answer the last questions, Tatiana and Pierre. The question for you, Tatiana, is very simple. Yesterday at the dinner, everybody has been basically asking, how will it end up? Will they win or will they lose? Like, what's the future for Belarus? And you yourself said that we are just at the beginning of the fight. How would you summarize the possible development?
There can be several different directions how it can develop, actually, and I think that no one can predict it now. So there can be, yes, it can last for years, and still it's difficult for me to say about it, and that Maria can stay 9 more years, 9.5, because it's the amount of years that it left. She can stay there as soon as Lukashenko's regime will exist. It also can happen. There can be something like maybe transition period, where sooner or later, yes, it also should happen, because we understand that his time has passed, actually. There should be some new persons, new people, new leaders who can work instead of him, yes. And there can be also different options in this, yes, because we see that there is a great support from Russia's side to Lukashenko. So it means that there can be also very different persons. And we should not exclude the case that it can change actually in any day, just immediately, as we see it just recent months, as I said. So we had for a long time that it's your internal problem, the political crisis in Belarus, and then it's developed as a European problem issue, also international problem. And it means that any further mistakes are also possible that will lead to reaction from international community. And we see that Lukashenko regime cannot even evaluate his own steps, predict how it will influence and which reaction can be happen. And of course, there can be some internal situation also when people will react, something will be like a trigger, and people will react inside the country on it with, again, massive protests. It also can happen. There are very many different options, actually. And, of course, now we should try that, we should work on that sooner or later democracy wins and come to Belarus, but it can happen in different ways.
Thank you. And Pierre, the last question for you, which is not going to be easy, but you have been talking about journalism and the trust put in journalism, which I think it's been contended even in democratic countries, not just the countries which are, in oppression. How can we journalists win the trust of the people nowadays?
In 1 minute.
Exactly, just go for it.
But you're right to point to this word. I think trust is the key wherever we are in the world. And as you're going to speak in the next topic about COVID, COVID is a clear case in which we need trust in information. That was the problem initially in China, that they've been hiding the beginning of the pandemic. They've been jailing people who have tried to inform about it, doctors or citizen journalists, and we've paid the price after that, and China itself has paid the price. So we need to have professional, ethical, and trust in the information network. I think it goes both ways. Journalists have also to clean their own world, because too many unethical journalism has spread due to economic constraints and economic models and the rise of populism and many other reasons. But so journalists have to clean their own world. And secondly, citizens have to realize that they need trustful information. For their own sake. It's not for journalists' sake. They should not care about the fate of journalists, but they need to, in a world where we have no information, we are in chaos and confusion. I'll end up, and it's very trendy in France to end up with a quote from Hannah Arendt in a conference. But Hannah Arendt said something very relevant 20 years before internet was invented, and she said that about something that relating to fake news in a way. She said, when people lie to you, their purpose is not to make you buy the lie, is to make you believe in nothing. And with the people who don't believe in anything, you can do whatever you want. That was Hannah Arendt, and I think she was talking about today.
She was. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you, Per. Thank you, Madame Rakuki, for your presence, for your speeches. I am very sorry we have to finish here. So let me just end up with a heart for Maria, because it was a sign of Václav Havel as well. So thank you very much, and you have 10 minutes for coffee break. I'm sorry we shortened it a little bit for you, but I hope it was worth it. Thank you.
We can find so many different ways.
We can find so many different ways.
We can find so many different ways.
Dobré odpoledne, dámy a pánové.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. If you are not in your seats, please get to your seats. I would like to warmly welcome you at the second panel of this conference. The organizers from the Václav Havel Library called it COVID and Liberty. An unprecedented limitation of our rights and liberties and also responsibilities was brought by the pandemic of COVID-19, the Chinese coronavirus. That is something we definitely could not even imagine some months before that. It was the typical black swan. And overnight, it meant our society stood in front of great dilemmas about our fundamental values connected to the meaning of this conference in terms of human rights and fundamental liberties, and also our responsibility. These were often in conflict and had to be valued. That is why the second panel is focused on this major phenomenon. It transformed our societies, and in the upcoming months and years, it will influence it quite intensely. It illustrated weaknesses, problems, and also opportunities, and that is what we want to talk about here. We have the chance to speak with our exclusive guests. All of them were close to the decision-making during the pandemic. They all come from different places, but through their roles, they directly address the pandemic dilemmas. We've got 2 lawyers, an economist, and an expert on ethics. That thoroughly covers all the dimensions of the questions and dilemmas brought by COVID. I'll start with the lady, Danuše Nerudová, economist and director of Mendel University, a member of the Koronerv Civic Association, which made some major statements on the economic impacts of the pandemic. Hello, good afternoon. Next to her, we've got Mr. Orko Vácha, an expert on ethics at the 3rd Faculty of Medicine, Charles University, and so he will bring the ethical dimension. Both are university professors, and through that they also had a direct view on what our closed schools, the longest time schools were closed anywhere in Europe, did with our society. Next to her, we've got Professor Jan Kysela. Since the 18th of May, he was member of our expert group for pandemic situation and formed the pandemic policy of our government. And next to me, I've got Petr Mikeš, Supreme Administrative Court judge. And after we went from the state of emergency to a pandemic law, he had a major influence in deciding how much the government can limit our fundamental liberties. The Supreme Court was extremely critical towards the government. In many cases, the government has not respected the rulings so far, and law got quite a difficult task in this time, so we will talk about this in our debate. To start with, I will ask all of our guests for an introduction. How did the last year and a half or year and 3/4 go? What did you see as the biggest errors, challenges, and the biggest violations of personal freedoms that perhaps were not justified? So, ladies first, Danuše Nerudová. Thank you very much. As the rector of a university, I really found the last almost 2 years very difficult. anybody in an executive function really fully felt that an important part of leadership is accountability. If you make decisions, you need to be able to justify them. You need to be able to bear the responsibility for them. That is the first thing, the first takeaway from this pandemic. I personally think it was not very fortunate to work with collective responsibility. I think that any developed society should put much more emphasis on individual responsibility. We should not have such mass measures. The ones we did, I think, were an unfortunate choice. That's the first thing. The second thing, we only realized quite late that COVID attacks not only people's immunity systems, it also attacked the metaphorical immunity of our societies. It was the first time since World War II that our fundamental human rights and liberties were curtailed. I experienced a breakthrough moment in the spring of 2020. I made a quite loud statement in the public debate that it is completely unprecedented to ban traveling out of the country, that it is a violation of fundamental rights. I am very glad that after the debate, other colleagues joined me and that this situation did not take long. The state realized that it was really too big a violation of all our rights. I often talked about this taking into account that academia is in its essence international. So we were deeply affected because our students could not go out of the country and international students could not leave. We had students, international students here at the dorms. Many of them were partially evacuated, but some of them refused the evacuation, wanted to stay. Some of our students at the height of the pandemic were in Spain or Italy, and they refused to come back and stayed there for the duration of the pandemic. So that was another important moment. And the third breakthrough moment for me was that we'd stopped asking ourselves questions about freedom and democracy. We found the word war in our public space, and we started saying that we are at war with COVID. I always said, are you aware that if we say this, we are at war with COVID, it means that we have no freedom, because that is essentially what war means. And I warned against using this term because war always means a curtailing of freedom. The fourth thing that affects me as an economist is the expansion of the state, and that is logical at a time of crisis. We need to realize that many countries in the world have non-democratic regimes, and for them, the pandemic was a way to strengthen their totalitarian rule. Even here, we see that it is very difficult to restrict the state again after it has expanded. And in many spheres, we are still artificially applying rules that might not always need to be applied. The last thing, COVID affected many of us. Many of us lost our loved ones. But on the other hand, it provided an immense opportunity for our society. The opportunity to think about whether our model of life is the right model. And I am very glad that, for example, we can open dialogue over whether there is a fundamental right of having access to potable water or to electricity. What I mean is that we are talking about a new economic model, a shift in an economic paradigm. So our driver might not just be unlimited growth of the GDP, but we might also find other criteria. The model that we have been using since World War II did not take into account that we live on a certain planet and we cannot just fly away after we've plundered it. Thank you very much, Danuše. Now I will ask Professor Kysela for an introduction of the debate. How did you see liberty and freedom in law? Mr. Kysela is a constitutional lawyer at the Faculty of Law, Charles University, and he was very close to many of the decisions that were later overturned by the Supreme Administrative Court. So how did you view that time with COVID?
For me, the major takeaway is to look critically at our government, our state, and their capacity to govern, including the readiness of our law to respond to these crises, and whether we were able to prepare our laws. We've seen that our legal system was not ready and that we failed to prepare it and change it, which is closely linked to the capacity of our government. Our government is criticized for the bad functioning of our state administration, and since we adopted this new law on civil servants, we are failing to distinguish between managers and governors. Our Prime Minister, I think, should more focus on strategic decisions, but he focuses much more on managerial work, which, in my opinion, is not his primary job. And the more decisions you influence as a manager, the more chaotic the situation gets. And it definitely is not ideal to manage a country via messages and text messages on mobile phones. We've seen that our government was really chaotic and unpredictable. We've seen that the role of an individual, of a specific person, is really incredibly important. And such a person should have certain capacities, competences, and we've seen that on the numerous conflicts within our Chamber of Deputies, because many deputies either neglected the threat or they denied the existence of the disease, or they were against restrictions. And on the other hand, there were many deputies who were willing to take restrictive measures. And in such a situation, it's very difficult to progress. It's very difficult to find compromises. And our current government has shown that it lacks these capacities and competences, and there are no experts and specialists to do it on its behalf. So this is my major takeaway. I think that the current governing system is really problematic. And it's also linked to one more thing. If you have no solid decision-making processes, decisions risk or may be partial and biased, taken into account either economic perspectives or just legal perspectives. And I think that decision-making should take into account all of these perspectives in conjunction, which was not the case in many cases. Thank you very much. Now I'll give the floor to Petr Mikeš. We are proceeding in an alphabetical order, not in an order of importance for our male guests. My perception as an administrative judge was quite shocking. We overnight had to change our decisions, because normally what we do is that we decide on cases between state and the administrative bodies. And with COVID, we've seen that we have no instruments for such intricate decisions. At the beginning of the pandemic, the Ministry of Health was issuing measures based on the law on public health. And these decisions can be reviewed by courts. They can be reviewed in detail. And they need time to be reviewed and revised by the judiciary. But these measures that we were supposed to review were coming really fast, and we didn't have much time to focus on the essence. Also, many of the measures were already overturned by municipal courts, so it was a slippery slope. The same applied for the state of emergency, when the Constitutional Court clearly said that these legal instruments cannot be reviewed by our administrative court, because it's not administrative law. So we were asked for our opinion only sporadically and with some rather absurd cases, such as when we were asked to suspend the activity of a new political party of Petr Soukup, which was linked to elections to the Senate. And back then, it was in spring 2020, we started to refocus on pandemic measures, and we said, as our court, that indeed elections may be postponed, but they must be postponed as a form of an act, of a piece of legislation, of a law, and not just measures, extraordinary measures. So that was one of our decisions. When we were reviewing these crises and extraordinary measures of the ministry and of our government, we've seen that the government measures were accepted generally better, even though it adopted a series of measures really quickly, and they weren't sufficiently reviewed by the Constitutional Court. So what happened was that the government was really strong. It had many powers, but there was no mechanism, no institution that would control it. The above-mentioned or already mentioned pandemic law may be criticized by many, but for us, it was a solution for our frustration, where we felt without powers to decide on these measures. But with this new law, we finally can. It entered into force at the beginning of this year. And as for this particular law, there are two important aspects. Firstly, we can go and review measures which are no longer valid, which is great because we can retrospectively review the legality of such acts. And it's good because it can lead to some conclusions for the Ministry of Health, which can take lessons, and it can also protect citizens. And the second aspect is that normally laws are reviewed on two levels, but during the pandemic, we were the only, there was just one level of review with the specific law. It will be only reviewed by the administrative court, which is difficult for us, but at the same time, it accelerates the whole process. And I also want to talk about how this is linked to our rights and responsibilities, because I firmly believe that citizens should abide by rules because they understand them and they consider them as right. And here again, this new law on pandemics works really well. It's very important for us as administrative judges, because what the law wants is that when the government takes extraordinary pandemic measures, it has to always weigh the pros and cons of such a measure and explain these to the citizens. We cancelled the extraordinary measures because of this shortcoming. I think that extraordinary measures should be more efficient and better explained, because what I saw that sometimes legislators were not able to justify the existence of these new measures. So that's why I think that this new law, with this new requirement for better legal grounds, will result in more efficiency overall. And I think that these measures could be also better accepted by the public. Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Mr. Václav for his introductory remarks.
So I am not a professor, I'm just the head of a department. In the beginning you called me a professor, so yes, I'm sorry, I did not mean that. So in the eastern coast of the US, Viktor Frankl says that on the eastern coast we've got the Statue of Liberty, and Frankl says that on the western coast we should have the Statue of Responsibility, because these go hand in hand. The Western civilization puts a lot of emphasis on our rights, individual rights, and we learned that, yes, every citizen of this country has the right to die prematurely and meaninglessly. That is what we learned in this pandemic. Refusing vaccination is definitely your fundamental right. We know it when people sign their release prematurely and refuse treatment and die before they would have to. And that is normal. But with COVID, we are not in the same situation. It is not just me, one citizen, dying because I don't get vaccinated and dying meaninglessly. In the current situation, we found that we kept postponing optional treatments. And today we are estimating that if nothing worse happens and we keep going with business as usual in our hospitals, it will take 2.5 to 3 years before we catch up with all of the optional treatments that we had to postpone because of the pandemic. There are tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of these treatments, and nobody can calculate how many premature deaths or deaths in general this will cause. So in this sense, it's not just about your individual human rights, it's also a question of responsibilities. And in medical ethics, we've got a huge conflict between the interests of the community and the interests of the individual. We know that we had HIV in the past, and COVID is similar. These are special types of epidemics. They have a hard time in democracies, and they have a good time in democracies and a very hard time in authoritarian regimes for understandable reasons. We've got this major pressure in authoritarian regimes of the community on the individual to comply, to get vaccinated, or on the other hand, to take up some unpopular measures. Suddenly, it's not just about my individual responsibility as Marek Vácha, it's my responsibility for the community. It is said that our civilization is a civilization of law. An immature civilization is a civilization of law where we put demands on others. But mature civilizations are civilizations of responsibility, where I take the responsibility to do things for the welfare of others, to protect others. These are things such as vaccinations, mask wearing, and so on, things that we know very well. Originally, I am a molecular biologist. So from my point of view, as a biologist and an ethics expert, I think that a community has the right to pressure the rest of society. It is no longer an individual issue. It is an issue of our responsibility towards others. We know this very well from medical ethics. If you have a patient with tuberculosis or Ebola, or a patient who has a psychiatric disorder and might endanger others, or similar, if such a patient leaves the hospital of their own will and runs away, we very often violate their human rights and drag them back to hospital to protect the community. So we have this conflict. The Czech Republic, because of its history, is very sensitive about individual human rights. In this situation, the responsibility of the community for its self-preservation is stronger than the individual right of one person to not wear a mask, not get vaccinated, and so on. Thank you very much for the introduction. All of you, to some extent, mentioned this conflict between freedom and responsibility. If I look around Europe and around the Western world, not just the Czech Republic, I ask the question, why did we choose a restrictive model? Almost no country, although the extent differed, decided for individual responsibility. The only one that did was Sweden. In the beginning, it decided that it would not choose any form of restriction. Mr. Kysela mentioned it in terms of the scale of opinion, the spectrum of opinion we had in the Chamber of Deputies. So COVID is a very severe pandemic, but we should inform people as much as possible, give them guidelines, and then leave it up to them. Danuše Nerudová mentioned that we chose a very collective-oriented approach. We didn't really make a difference between the levels of threat and who is putting whom at risk. The Czech Republic had a very bad result, partly because of what Professor Kysela mentioned. But if we zoom out, Western Europe had a very similar approach in general broad strokes, except for Sweden. So why did everybody choose this approach? Why did countries decide not to trust their people to show individual responsibility? Why did we choose restriction? Are our cultures so different? We've got the Anglo-Saxon culture of risk orientation, we've got the French culture, we've got Scandinavian cultures. Denmark also had a pretty restrictive regime. Let's now leave out other countries, Southeast Asia, New Zealand, and so on. But why did we get to a situation where we did not leave any space to individual responsibility? Professor Kysela. I can think of two reasons. The first one is that if I'm a politician and I have a function, I simply have to do something. When a crisis situation comes up, people start getting sick, and we've got higher incidence of severely sick people and people are dying, then I think that saying, I'm doing nothing, I'm leaving it up to you, might undermine my position. Explaining to somebody that doing nothing is the best thing I can do is quite hard. What I meant were various recommendations, because in Sweden, they did do stuff. People very often followed rules much more strictly than in countries where we had restrictive rules. But that's what I meant, giving recommendations but not enforcing them. Yes, but if I limit myself to recommendations, then I think it's really doing nothing. And I think that the politician needs to signal that they are doing something. That is why we are dealing with problems by amending laws, not by leaving it up to court practice. Because if I, as a deputy, say I will leave it up to courts, how do I tell my voters that I'm active? And the second thing is that I am not sure that our society is based on individual responsibility, but that might be based on the lens through which I view society and my individual experience. But let's look at trivial examples. How many people sort their trash? I think that we have a record high of that. Well, walk around and see what people throw in the bins when the bins for sorted trash are right next to that. So with this experience, I think that my experience is distorted compared to the official figures. So here I expect that it is not certain that everybody would really individually assess all the information. Danuše, how do you see that? That's a very good question. I think that Scandinavian states have always stood on the sidelines and they have always chosen slightly different solutions. But let's look back at history. Let's look back at January. Nobody, no European politician predicted that COVID would get into the EU so fast, that so quickly we would see the same images that we saw in China, that we would see them in Europe. I think all politicians underestimated that at first, the influence of globalization, that they thought things that happen far away would not influence us. I think that in the desperate effort to save the situation, this happened. The Minister of Health answered questions about our reserves and our stocks of protective equipment by dismissing them, saying that we are prepared. And then we found out we were not prepared. So I really think it was a desperate scramble to save something that we'd underestimated, even though we had the opportunity to get prepared. It was an unprecedented health crisis after the end of World War II. We had the perspective of facing something that will cause a lot of casualties. And that was something unimaginable for European politicians. That is why they chose this approach. Look at the development. The Czech Republic got stuck with collective responsibility and mass lockdowns, but the Western world started taking more selective measures. It realized that it would not be able to simply bind all of society. In Austria, only some regions locked down, only some regions had travel bans. We had it everywhere. Germany was more careful, for example. In the beginning, I think that everybody underestimated the situation and then followed a desperate effort to improve that.
Mr. Václav, what would be your reaction? You introduced the dilemma very well, but I think that in the West there was even no option to opt for the individual responsibility. Restrictions were chosen. There are many answers. All the European states, including the Czech Republic, and all the states really protect citizens before against themselves. And that goes for the ban of gambling, for example, which are limiting my personal responsibility, my personal freedom, but they protect me. The same goes for personal bankruptcy. But I agree with these, because sometimes you need states to be paternalistic. The Czech Republic also is quite specific given its specific history. We've always been influenced by the stronger neighbors, the Germans or the Russians, and we could only survive if we learned to distrust our politicians. Our national hero is Josef Švejk, this rebel, distrustful of elites and politicians. So it's actually in our DNA. Also, our political culture has been deteriorating. There was Václav Havel, then Václav Klaus, and Václav Zeman, who's the lowest. I don't trust our president now, and I don't trust Andrej Babiš and his government. I think that this goes for many Czechs too. This is different to some of the Western democracies, such as France or Germany, where individual responsibility is nourished, where they have long-standing tradition of democracy. It's quite different here. We're used to this imposing paternalistic attitude also in hospitals. So we need time to mature and to be ready to take on individual responsibilities. And thirdly, we put great emphasis on education, especially in our country. If every child gets vaccinated currently against
dětskou obrnu plus zarděnky, spalničky, příušnice, nikdo o tom nediskutuje. Pro pána krále, proč bychom neměli očkovat na nějakou 10. chorobu? To, že ten virus mutuje, no tak ano, virus chřipky taky mutuje. Kdo se nechává očkovat proti chřipce, tak si to musí opakovat každý rok, protože prostě evoluce existuje. Takže tady vůbec jaksi není žádný racionální důvod, proč se nebránit tím, že se necháme očkovat. Takže pro mě ten vzkaz je taky velký důraz na základní školství nebo střední školství, protože ty debaty o očkování, to nejsou debaty politické nebo debaty, jestli jste příznivci té nebo jiné politické strany, ale to je prosím pěkně otázka středoškolské biologie. Jo? A my ty vakcíny máme je odsouhlasené a vyzkoušené, víme, že ty vakcíny fungují, takže tady není jediný racionální důvod, proč se neočkovat. No a k tomuto všemu prostě musíme nějak dospět a pravda, to, že ti naši politici tolik let zasévali vítr, no tak teď, že sklízí bouři a nikdo jim nevěří, to je druhá věc, ale přece jenom musíme prostě k tomuto nějak dozrát nebo dospět.
Jenomže, pardon, já do toho jenom ještě vstoupím malou otázkou, jenomže oni ten tvrdě paternalistický způsob v té Evropě volili všichni, i ty společnosti, o kterých vy mluvíte, jako že jsou společnosti individuální odpovědnosti. A dokonce na rozdíl od nás to třeba ti Francouzi teda hodně tvrdě vymáhali. Jako gendarmerie byla před domem každého, mohl jste jít na hodinu ven. A mě zajímá toto, proč vlastně takhle rychle, bez zkušení modelu svobody a osobní odpovědnosti se došlo do toho velmi restriktivně, kolektivně restriktivního.
A taky ti občané to dodržovali a pokud nedržovali, tak dostávali poměrně vysoké pokuty. Pokud jste byli někde na západě, tak se tam s jednou rodinou říkali, no tak my když budeme bez roušky, no tak každého to bude stát 200 € a to už si teda ta rodina rozmyslí. U nás nic takového nebylo.
Tomu se dostaneme, k tomu vymáhání a jako k respektu k právu. Jenom vlastně vy jste zmiňoval jako jistou jako nedospělost, paternalistický způsob, který si žádá ta nedospělost, ale zrovna třeba v té první vlně ty opatření teda pro mě etalonu svobodomyslnosti Velké Británii byly jedny z nejbrutálnějších. Včetně toho, že pomalu drony kontrolovali, s kolika lidmi se scházíte ve svých rodinách, což je trošku jako historicky v rozporu s tím, co jako vlastně říkáte. A zajímá mě, protože já jsem chtěla bych to dotáhnout trošku dál, než že budeme nadávat tady kolektivně na českou politiku. Vlastně proč to převážilo všude? Pro mě je to strašně silný moment, který pak vyvolává otázky paternalismus versus osobní svoboda do budoucna. Doufám, že se k tomu ještě dostaneme v tom panelu. Proč si myslíte, že se to stalo? Vy jste etik, proto se vás ptám s větším důrazem než ostatních panelistů.
Já si myslím, protože ty společnosti jsou skutečně, já jsem velice hrdý na to, že jsem Čech, teda v každém případě, ale že ty společnosti přece jenom mají těch let demokracie malinko víc, a protože na to umí reagovat, a skutečně pandemie je věc, kterou nikdo z nás nemáme v historické paměti, prostě to jsme nikdo nezažili. To není ani španělská chřipka. Takže najednou jsme byli postaveni před naprosto nový typ problému a ty společnosti musely velice rychle zareagovat, a právě naopak ty společnosti, které zareagovaly restriktivně, jako byly právě třeba Němci, nebo ti vzpomínaní Francouzi, Belgičani, Nizozemci, tak právě dokázali se tomu postavit čelem. Ta Česká republika jako díky občanům a díky těm našim politikům tak zareagovala de facto vlastně velmi vážně a velmi zmatečně. A ještě řeknu jednu věc, abych tady jenom teda nekritizoval. Mám k tomu zážitek, který chci říct jako velmi, velmi nahlas. 10. března to přišlo, to si vzpomínáte. A my jsme zrovna měli akademický senát a naši studenční senátoři ten den odpoledne vydali na Facebook výzvu, aby se všichni studenti medicíny, kteří by chtěli pomáhat, přihlásili a napsali krátký životopis. Ve středu ráno měli 2000 životopisů. Najednou se tady zvedla prostě obrovská vlna mladých lidí, to je jedno, která to byla fakulta, ale důležité bylo, že studenti medicíny jako takoví zcela zdarma v té první vlně, naprosto nezištně, kdy vůbec nevěděli, do čeho jdou, tak takhle povstali a udělali cosi obrovského. Takže pro mě taky ten zisk té pandemie v českém národě je v tom, že do určité míry se aspoň v té první vlně otupilo to ostří mezi seniorskou generací a mezi tou mladou generací, protože ta mladá generace se projevila jaksi velmi a velmi pozitivně. Studenti medicíny, a pak si ještě všichni vzpomínáme na skauty, co udělali.
Děkuji moc. Petře, stejná otázka, protože je podle mě základní. Proč se šlo tak rychle na restrikci?
Myslím, že už to většina těch myšlenek zazněla. Já si myslím, že ono to souvisí i skutečně s tím, jak ten moderní stát je nastavený aktuálně. Když se nad tím zamyslíme, podle mě v celé té západní Evropě on primárně skutečně funguje na tom direktivním řízení. Prostě jsou to zákony, vyhlášky, nařízení. A přiznám se, že mě nenapadá úplně státní uspořádání, kde by ten stát skutečně s těmi svými občany nějak byl zvyklý vést dialog, motivovat je, jo, nebo řekněme, bude to v každém tom státu trošku jiné samozřejmě, ale prostě to jsou ty základní mocenské nástroje, které mají, a skutečně asi tady zafungovalo velmi silně obava z toho, co se řídí, jak moc zásadní ta situace je. Takže to si myslím, že prostě ty státy skutečně nemají a neumí využívat jiné nástroje. Třeba to je výzva do budoucna naučit se a podívat se právě, ano, může to někde fungovat jinak, ale skutečně v tom bude i taková, minimálně pokud jde o tu Českou republiku, ale myslím si, že to nebudeme sami, tak to je to, co už tady zaznělo. To je prostě ta myšlenka státe zařiď to. Jako za to může to, že se oblíbené zdražilo se pivo, za to může stát, že jo? Prostě všechno se to
said it all, and I personally think it's about how our state, how our governments work. In the West, it's all about directive governance with laws and measures and restrictions. I can't really think of a state which would lead dialogue with citizens, because these restrictive directive measures are the basis. And also I think that there was huge fear. Currently these are predominant tools, and it would be probably good to look out for other options and other tools in the future. But I think that in the Czech case, we are really used to seeing our government taking control over everything. We're putting
are individual responsibilities to it. So the level of individual responsibility is low here. During the first wave, restrictions were quite specific. But what is generally very important is how these rules are enforced. And if they are not enforced, it can destroy our legal system. Yes, you think that you put it really nicely when you said that to have a measure which cannot be fulfilled is nonsensical. Yes, you are right, and there were some of these, and this really is destructive to our legal systems. In France and other countries, these COVID rules were enforced much more systematically, which was not the case here. So it would be probably better to have recommendations, because our rules were enforceable but not enforced. So they actually worked as recommendations. There were no sanctions, so we could go and admit it
and say, we know that we cannot enforce these rules, so just please take it as a recommendation and follow it. I also want to talk about this huge wave of solidarity, such as sewing our own masks. That worked when people understood why they need to do something. We can see that generally governments are not used to explaining their steps to citizens. It's a question of the past, and that probably should be renewed now. Thank you. We will go back to this topic, but I have one remark. You're talking about disobeying the rules, and people disobeyed on several levels. And I would like to know how is this influencing our trust in government? There were some rules which were disrespected and which were not even enforced. But then what happened was that the government announced measures which were overturned by courts. Enforcement authorities even announced officially that they would not enforce these rules. So how did such a situation influence our trust in government and in law as such? Because I think that trust is of the essence in this crisis, because we could see that those countries with higher levels of trust coped much better with the situation. So what do you think about this? I don't want to say legal nihilism, but what do you think about this generally?
I think that trust is very important for democracy and democratic rule of law. Democracy is a regime that makes us feel that we rule ourselves through representatives that we choose. And when we don't trust them, even though we choose them, the main connection tissue of democracy stops working. That is the main difference from authoritarian regimes. Nobody asks us there whether we consent to who rules us or not. So we experienced this before the pandemic, but it exacerbated the problem. The Czech Republic is a divided society. The question is whether we have halves or 6 classes that the people around Daniel Prokop and his team found and estimated. There are various figures, but we've got a high level of heterogeneity and a high level of fragmentation. Many people don't feel like the neighbors of the others, whether they are the Prague elites or people in the borderlands, the sick, the poor, and so on. And it's very hard to communicate in such a society because you have no unified communication channel that would address everybody. So you have to find new ways to approach different target groups with different messages. And that only works if you, as a politician, the person in power, you want to keep the society that is healthy and whole. But if you are a different type of politician, then it works for you to make the society fragmented and divided. And the easy way to do that is to make it afraid, because a fearful society looks for a strong protector, whereas a strong, healthy society can help itself. So if we interpret it this way, it is more understandable why states chose such repressive measures. I don't think that we need to really disagree about what is recommended. But what I disagree with you about is that this was the thing we should have started with. We should have started with recommendations. I don't agree. I think we should have started with the restrictive phase and then proceed to recommendations, because I think that starting with recommendations would not work. Again, using my narrow experience from social networks and my social bubble. In the March of 2020, I was shocked by how progressive, human rights-oriented young people, often students, started demanding the most repressive policies. Because there was too much at stake. There were lives at stake, health at stake. And we felt that if we jumped on the brakes, we would get rid of the problem in a few weeks. And if we didn't, then it would stay here and people would die. So we can't say that there is an evil state that wants to repress us, and we've got the value of freedom on the other side. No, we've got various public interests, the protection of public health, the protection of interests of people who feel threatened by not having a restrictive policy, and we have to choose from all these interests. The question is whether anybody made those choices. That's what we already talked about. So trust has obviously been distorted in Czech society over many years, but in terms of the rule of law, the pandemic did not help. But I will go back once again to Andrej Babiš. I think this is closely connected to him. If somebody has problems that can be defined as legal problems, and they ignore them over a long time, and nobody minds, nobody around them, their voters, then the situation is really not ideal. And we can't start saying that, well, these legal problems are okay, but other legal problems, well, we are very sensitive about those. And then we've got Minister Arenberger, the Minister of Health, and the Prime Minister told him to get his affairs in order. And if I were in his shoes, well, then I would be feeling quite strange, not because my affairs should be in order, but because of who was telling me to put them in order. Yes, of course, but this was also the first time that the government clearly disrespected court rulings. You may correct me, but I think that that was completely unprecedented. This happened on live TV because the rulings of the Supreme Administrative Court were affecting people's everyday lives, and citizens could see that the state was doing that, that it refused to reflect the illegality of its behavior. So why shouldn't I, as the citizen, steal, for example? So the question is, didn't we really get to a completely new level? This might be the first time in history. Am I right? Well, I cannot assess that. But before we would only have details, individualities, not such a general thing. I think one thing was the problem in itself, and then a much greater thing was how it was communicated. And there, the statement of Minister Arenberger was very problematic. He said, it's illegal, but I'm doing it anyway to buy these 2 weeks. It was understandable in the terms of a constitutional emergency. There were hundreds of thousands of people that were dying in hospitals. And at that point, getting in detail of one particular piece of regulation, that might seem petty. But the question is whether there is truly such a conflict, complying with the law or 100,000 casualties. And I also think that the minister was much stricter than he had to be, because at that point, I think the ministry did not make a clearly illegal demand. But the minister accepted that it was all wrong, and he still did it. And I think that this specific provision that the ruling was about did not mean that 100,000 lives were at stake. So I think that this was really a very problematic case where the court shot itself in the foot. Better, as the rulings kept piling up, your formulations grew much harsher. At first, you were quite moderate, but then the third time, you saw that the state completely ignored the measures or just rewrote them, paraphrased them. So what debate did you have about that? How did you view that as judges? You very often face accusations of creating a ruling class of judges. That happened often before COVID. So where do politics start? The Supreme Administrative Court might be somewhere on the border. So what was happening at the Supreme Administrative Court at that time? You were probably shocked, right, by the state ignoring the rulings. I have to admit that I had a sense of powerlessness, especially when I was reviewing the third or fourth measure on mask wearing. When I got it on the table, I was thinking, well, we already told the ministry twice before they even got any instructions from us that it wouldn't work. Our colleagues from other tribunals have already reviewed the measures and said that they don't work. If you're saying that citizens have to wear respirators, you also cannot give us studies that masks work because it's much easier to breathe in a mask than in a respirator and so on. So I think we've already explained that. I wonder where we got since then. And then I opened the measure and I find out the ministry simply did nothing. They just copy-pasted the original measure. And at that point, you start thinking, and we also talked about that with my colleagues, whether that was intentional, whether the ministry did that deliberately. They deliberately ignored court rulings. Okay, do whatever you want. You might overturn it, and then we'll just issue a new one. Or whether it was just sloppy work. I felt like when my children don't do their homework, I was thinking, well, we gave the minister a very clear assignment. This is where you have a problem, this is where you have a problem, and this is how you correct them. And then they didn't do that. And the ministry simply did not do its homework, to put it quite harshly. I and most other colleagues see that as connected to the trust in the rule of law. I had a feeling that the ministry was not realizing how severe the situation was. When we were overturning the measures, it was not a power trip. We were not thinking, that's how we'll show you. I'm quite moderate in terms of the substance, in terms of our political decision-making. Sometimes we have to do that, but we try to keep the clear division of roles between the responsibility of politicians and the responsibility of judges. But I don't think it is right that administrative courts have to overturn measures en masse. I think it was about 40, right? It was not one or two. It was something like 40, several dozen. So again, I will put it quite harshly, but I don't want to overturn any measures. When I get a proposal, the normal procedure is that public authorities comply with the law, and I can dismiss the complaint and say that they complied, and then sometimes they might be an individual mistake, but we cannot overturn these things en masse. I think it's quite frustrating, and I feel that with every overturned measure, we are more and more in a role where we are part of distorting the trust in the law. But at the same time, we are protecting this trust. The citizens know that if the state does something that is illegal, there is still somebody who can speak out. But I think it is truly quite unfortunate, and it's also connected to what I said in one of my rulings. The state should think when issuing measures whether people will really comply with them. I think it's like the cider house rules that people just do things completely randomly. When preparing for this debate, I looked at court rulings, especially constitutional court rulings in other European countries, and it was no exception that there were these complaints. The court in Madrid overturned the lockdown of Madrid. In France, the Minister of Health from the first Macron government had to resign because of this. The Austrian Constitutional Court and the German Constitutional Court also had to make such decisions. But I think that in no case did the government ignore it. So, Professor Kysela, you're a comparative lawyer. Did you notice anything like that happening anywhere else? No, I didn't. But I can't say that I know this. I haven't really studied it. Yeah, I just looked through the media. Well, I think that this is mainly because of the measures that these countries chose. In many cases, we had constitutional courts deciding, because in many cases, the states used laws, federal or land level in Germany, country, national level in other countries. Our government did not choose that except for the pandemic law. And the pandemic law is just a framework for other people on what to do. And the other people can be the government or the Ministry of Health. So in our case, we only had exceptions at the constitutional courts. And mostly the Constitutional Court just said, this is not our affair, because that's why we didn't even invite Constitutional Court justice. Yes, so here we're mostly dealing with administrative courts, and I think the Czech Republic is kind of an exception in that. It's a completely different level. So I just have a small note. We had a comparative analysis done. And I think it's quite interesting. Most decisions from other countries focused on the merit, whereas we sometimes focused on the substance, but mostly we just made procedural decisions because the ministry was unable to justify its decisions, and that is what the pandemic law requires. We didn't even have to focus on the merit. The ministry is improving now. It started reacting, but that is my comparative experience. We never even could focus on the substance because the ministry simply didn't do its homework that would allow us to go on.
Thank you very much. We're running out of time. So my question will be linked to the rights and responsibilities of humans, because we're on the premises dedicated to Václav Havel. So we can see that the state and states in general behaved paternalistically, and this paternalistic attitude is possible. Do you think that this brings about some risks? And once you try out something and it works, you can continue using it in the future. Are you having any fears about that? Yes, I think that the major risk is that the state has been expanding, but it's really difficult to reduce it, especially during pandemics. And it's quite specific in the Czech Republic. We've talked about the level of distrust, but unfortunately, the biggest problem in our case was the distrust of our government towards its citizens. We did really bad coping with this crisis as a society and also economically speaking. And especially this economic aspect was due to this really low level of trust from our state towards ourselves as citizens. The state fears that any kind of aid will be abused, and that's really strikingly different compared to other countries, such as Austria or France. We did really bad coping with the crisis also because of the fact that we like challenging and doubting all kinds of authorities. Prior to the pandemic, there had been no authority which wouldn't be challenged by us Czechs. And this really proved horrific during the pandemic because there was no such authority we could unconditionally trust. I'm no legal expert, but you can see that our Supreme Courts were overturning measures in the past, and these rulings were not upheld in many aspects linked to some of the controversies surrounding our president. And this sends this clear message that the decision of our courts do not have to be respected. This had already existed here. The pandemic has only highlighted it. And I think that's why we really need to get back to the roots, to the very basic values, since we're dealing with some non-existent problems because we actually have to go back to respecting these basic democratic values. Mr. Vácha, you said that you were not surprised that states protect citizens against themselves. You said that it is somewhat normal, if I'm not mistaken. Don't you think that this can go too far, that states will increase this control overly, and it will become overly paternalistic, which is a word I wanted to prevent from using, but it's quite topical. But what do you think about this extended state? I've already said that in one interview, so I will repeat it. I was 23 years old when the Velvet Revolution started. And I really believe that my generation should die and make room for our new generation, new, young, university-educated people. They're completely all right. They're used to living in freedom. They're really different because they've lived in an entirely different context. Thank you very much for this very interesting debate, especially thanks to our legal experts here. We mentioned France and Germany several times, and I particularly enjoyed reading texts from Israel, where you can see how incredibly pragmatic this society is. Since the 40s, they've been under constant pressure, so when a pandemic hits, they are incredibly efficient in dealing with it. Our country was faced with such a crisis for the first time, so we were not ready. But I am hopeful. I am hopeful that one of the impacts of the pandemic will be a development of civil society, that our youngsters will understand that they need to fight for their cause, that there is no bottom-up processes, that they need to focus on grassroots movements too, and that it's an immense opportunity. Thank you very much. We're really running short of time, so we will have to wrap up here. I think the debate was really interesting, though. So I have two questions for our two legal experts here. Aren't you afraid that the government will limit individual rights increasingly? I don't think that the only problem is that the government is too extensive. I think that it's not strong enough. We have quite an extensive government with many agencies, but its efficiency is really low compared to Israel. Our restrictions are just restrictions on paper, theoretical ones, but there are no enforcement. So that's why we need to deal with this, and at the same time realize that these tensions will be dealt with in the future. Thank you, Lenka, for mentioning Václav Havel, whom I have always deemed an incredible optimist, because I'm also an optimist. I think that we can take this as an opportunity for a restart, and that citizens need to take control over our lives. We've mentioned several times that we prefer criticizing over acting, and sometimes I feel that it's maybe better that people are just criticizing the government. But I think it's good because you cannot influence such population that easily, because they are not that easily influenceable compared to the Polish or other nations. That's why I think that with our nation it would be much more difficult to slip to an authoritarian regime than with more nationalistic countries. Thank you very much. Thank you, our guests, Jan, Marek, Danusha, Petr, and thank you for your attention, and good luck for other discussions.
Díky, super.
Můžeme začít? Jo, dobrý. Dámy a pánové.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope that you had enough time to get some refreshments and you are ready for our next big topic, that is Afghanistan. The name is Afghanistan Yesterday, Today and Tomorrow. Not very original, I know, but we will look back at the 20 years of the NATO mission, which, of course, the Czech Republic was very active in, both in the civilian part and in the military part. We will look at most of the aspects that are currently very important for the entire world in this respect. Part of it will be a keynote, a recorded keynote from our activist, very important, Fatima Rahimi, who sadly cannot attend, but she is an Afghan Czech journalist. She was born in the Afghan Herat, and she is a refugee who fled Afghanistan because of the Taliban since 2015. She has been an editor of the Czech Deník Referendum and a host at the Czech radio Ways. We also have another virtual guest who is connected, Jiří Přibaň, a professor on the theory, sociology and philosophy of law. Since 2001, he has been working at the Cardiff Law School, and he has also lectured at the Stanford University, New York Universities, Berkeley, and others. Our next panelist is Václav Pecha, who was very active in preparing the civilian part of the Czech Provincial Reconstruction Team in Afghanistan in Logar in 2008-2009. Apart from that, he was also working in the American Diplomatic Academy, preparing American diplomats for serving in countries such as Afghanistan, and since 2014 he has been the executive director of the Bacala Foundation. And on my left, Tomáš Vlach, a journalist, my colleague from the Czech TV, and also a humanitarian worker who has been very active in preparing the civilian part of the mission as part of the People in Need organization in Afghanistan. So, gentlemen and our virtual lady, I would like to welcome you by a round of applause.
Díky.
Thank you. As I already said, Fatima Rahimi sadly could not attend, and so her keynote will be recorded. Then we will continue with the gentlemen and start discussion itself. So the keynote, please.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Fatima Rahimi, a journalist, and speaking from the Václav Havel Library. I start with something personal. I met Václav Havel 19 years ago at the Czech Senate. I had no idea who he was. He presented me the prize for my school results, though I was not the best from our class. Back then I was attending a school near Brno, from a nearby refugee camp. I was 11 and I had lived in Afghanistan 4 years ago. When I was born, a civil war was raging, and it was won by the Taliban. The Taliban regime in the 90s was notorious for its cruelty. Millions fled the country. My family had to escape for political reasons. The Taliban regime was one of the biggest oppressors of women's rights in history. And for many Afghan women, 2001 meant a new start. They were again allowed to study or to go out without their fathers, brothers, husbands, and work and vote freely. But the reality was often different. In patriarchal Afghanistan, women's rights remained just on paper. Some Afghans did fight for them. and some even paid a heavy price. In 2020, BBC Persian reported on 7 women whose courage had been a mortal offense to Afghan fundamentalists. General Sharmila Farooq was the head of the National Security Agency's gender unit. She had previously been head of an anti-kidnap unit and agent investigating criminal networks. She was murdered in Kabul in March 2020 by a bomb in her car. Midwife Mariam Nourzad served with Médecins Sans Frontières NGO in the remote Vardakt and Bamiyan provinces. In May, 3 armed men attacked a maternity hospital in Kabul. Mariam refused to abandon a newly born and her mother. All of them were murdered. Fatima Khali, spokeswoman for the Committee of Human Rights, was murdered last June on her way to her office in Kabul. Again, the killers blew up her car. Fatemeh Rajabi was 23 and was a police drug squad in Ghazni province. She was taking her regular bus home in July, and the Taliban stopped her and kidnapped her. The official version says that she was killed 2 days after the fundamentalists sent her remains to her relatives with signs of torture. Peshdev was a prison in Kadarar. She was shot dead by unknown men while returning from work. Malala Vaivand was a broadcast journalist and was killed with her driver in Jalalabad. It wasn't the first violent killing in her family. Unknown armed men killed her mother 5 years ago. Fereshte Kuestad, a 29-year-old women's rights activist, passed away in December. She organized programs in support of women's rights via social media, mainly Facebook. She was shot dead near her home. The history of the struggle for women's rights is often misunderstood. The removal of the Taliban in 2001 does not spell the start of women's empowerment. It's true the Islamic Republic underwent unprecedented change. A first female mayor, presidential candidate, dervish, rapper, the first women's TV channel, or cafes and restaurants for women. And the list goes on. However, the story of emancipation began a lot earlier. Queen Soraya advocated for women's rights. Together with her husband, King Amanullah Khan, in the 20s, introduced laws limiting polygamy, and with efforts to modernize the country, they advanced greater freedoms for women. Soraya also helped the first women's magazine to start. The king later tried to limit wearing of head and face coverings, and the queen herself appeared in public with short sleeves and her hair unveiled. Conservative clerics and tribal leaders saw these efforts as attacks on religious traditions and rebelled. The king lost their trust, and later monarchs were more conservative. Head coverings were reimposed, and the pace of empowerment slowed down. The last Afghan king, Zahir Shah, brought in more changes. In the late 1930s, the first secondary school for women was established. In 1959, the Shah introduced a law allowing women to unveil their hair. The wives of the governing family and of senior officials could attend government ceremonies with uncovered hair and in Western clothes. Less privileged women soon followed, particularly in Kabul. But in many other places, women still lived in a closed world. And no government managed to end this inequality between village and city life. Last year in the Czech Republic, we celebrated 100 years since the introduction of vote rights for women. The 1964 constitution gave women voting rights and allowed them to enter politics. In some European states, women got voting rights even later. In Switzerland and Portugal in the 70s, in Liechtenstein in 1984. Strong women's associations were established in the 1970s, combating illiteracy and forced marriages. The most vociferous, the Democratic Organization of Afghan Women, was most active outside the capital, Kabul. While changes here were quite fast, in other cities and villages there were no schools to educate girls. Emancipation was also backed by first President Daud Khan after the fall of the monarchy in 1973. Under his rule, women had more freedom and rights, but the gaps between the center and periphery were still prevalent. Modernization passed most rural areas by, women were still oppressed, and they were treated more like property than human beings. Even before the Afghan-Soviet conflict in 1978, compulsory education for girls was enshrined in law, and the minimum age for marriage was set at 16. Women's situation worsened with the outbreak of civil war in the early 1990s. All armed conflicts impacted the vast majority of inhabitants, but the advent of the Taliban was a genuine milestone. While some women could carry on working under the Taliban, they were mainly doctors and midwives. Even the Taliban couldn't get by without them. After the Taliban's apparent fall in 2001, the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan was formed. It formally declared gender equality. The 2004 constitution stated that Afghan citizens were equal before law, with equal rights and responsibilities. Women could vote, be elected, work, and be educated. But education wasn't accessible to all. One reason was a shortage of teachers, mainly female ones. This problem, again, affected mainly small towns and rural areas, where female teachers didn't want to work. For instance, the Ministry of Education said that the Paktia province, there from 500,000 of people, only 56 women teachers were present. In traditional areas, many fathers do not send their girls to school at all. It's mainly men who decide. And in some other regions, there are no school buildings, so children learn under trees. But even more and more girls were going to school. In 2008, the Ministry of Education said 5.4 million children were going to school, of whom almost 35% were girls. After 2001, Afghan women also entered politics. Several entered the parliament thanks to quotas. Women could do sports, they could dance, join the police, or even army, or become judges. In other words, they could do jobs previously reserved for men. But again, changes affected big cities like Kabul, Herat, or Bamyan. In more remote areas, or behind the closed doors of some families, equality remained an elusive ideal. One of the most recent laws increasing equality for women was adopted last year. Former President Ashraf Ghani issued a decree under which a mother's name could officially appear on ID cards. Previously, it was only father's name, as if mothers didn't exist at all. The names of buried women are still absent on some tombs. Afghanistan is again in the hands of the Taliban. Some Afghan women hope there will be no repetitions of the 1990s. The Taliban did promise that women could study and work, but secondary schools are still closed and nobody knows if they will ever open. Male and female students have been separated at Kabul University. Local media report many women have not been allowed to return to work. Accounts of the Taliban brutally attacking demonstrators appear on social media. Music has also been banned. The almost 100-year-long struggle for equality for Afghan women continues. It's always faced opposition, but still both men and women have repeatedly decided to stand up for women's rights. I'm convinced that the current Taliban regime, no matter how long it exists, will never change that. Thank you for your attention. I was happy to be here via video.
This was Fatima Rahimi, and now I would ask Professor Přibaň for a slightly shorter introduction. Thank you. It is quite hard to say something after this speech. Words fail me, and any explanation has to be insufficient. We are seeing something that is a huge catastrophe. It is a failure of the West, a failure of the global community. It drives women, minorities, and religious groups into a position that is completely incomprehensible for what we call a modern society or the modern world. Degrading somebody based on gender, giving them the role of a person with no legal agency. These are severe realities. They give us the feeling, or rather the knowledge, that the West, and especially the USA, has failed disastrously in fulfilling its promise from 20 years ago. That was building a national state that would ensure security to its citizens, ensure certain rights, not necessarily Western-style rights, but still certain fundamental rights. All this completely failed within several weeks, several days. The American civil administration and military command were in conflict. It turned out that the 20 years of building Afghan society, after all, this panel includes people who had first-hand experience. that this work seems to have been in vain right now, or rather it was completely destroyed, and it will take years to follow up on the partial successes that we had, or to revive them. The situation is horrifying. Fatima described it very pregnantly, and she also described the difference between law on paper and the law in reality. You can have a progressive constitution, but in reality, your society will live based on tradition. It will enforce that tradition and want to be directed by it. That is what the success of the Taliban is based on. It is the resistance against modernity, against emancipation, against rights. It is also a resistance that we are responsible for. These are the roots of the movement. The roots of the movement are based in the 1970s in our conflict in the global world. But let's leave this sad summary and focus on what we can do in the here and now. We are looking at the insufficiency of asylum law. Hannah Arendt said that the right to asylum is a fundamental human right. It is a right that allows you to be a human being in the truest sense of the word, with the opportunity for emancipation, for freedom, and for choice. We should acknowledge certain international norms, not just the Geneva Convention, but also the directives of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. We should acknowledge that not every government that gets power is necessarily legitimate. And based on this, we should provide protection to Afghan refugees and to refugees from similar countries. That is needed, especially so in Afghanistan. When we say the state or government in Afghanistan, it means something markedly different than here in Central Europe or in Europe in general. We know that Afghanistan was formed as an uncontrollable state, an uncontrollable territory. A state where tribal loyalties always triumph over the loyalty to the state. It is a strong tribal society against a weak state, and as Fatima said, it has always been that way. Now we are witnessing the way that tradition and tribal loyalties have taken over the state. So what can we do on an international level, apart from granting asylum and helping refugees? Well, in the international community, we can push. We can make sure that the Taliban, because it will need allies, does not reinstate the situation from the 1990s. But at the moment, I am not optimistic. Today, this morning, I found that the 6 female judges in Afghanistan are in danger. The criminals that these women sentenced have decided that they would kill them. And that is another one from the stories that Fatima told us. And these show the weight of today's tragedy in Afghanistan. So that is quite a pessimistic vision of Afghanistan. Will Václav Pecha continue with that? Partly. I would like to react to a few things. Since mid-August this year, we have been looking at whose fault this is. Now we are pointing fingers at who is guilty for what. We heard it yesterday in the US Congress. Even the administration cannot decide what it was really about. And I don't want to throw all the blame on the West and the USA. I think that the Afghan elites also bear a part of the guilt. I know we don't like hearing that, and I don't want to say that we were deceived, but I think that there was a combination of the ignorance of the West and the Afghan ability to get what they wanted from the West. That created the cocktail that the West is drinking up to the last drop. We can go back to the first election in 2004. At that time, as the West, we decided to de-Talibanize the entire territory. The same happened in Iraq, and let's look at where that got us there. So we decided that if we don't think about the Taliban at all, they will just disappear, and it turned out to not be true at all. Quite on the contrary, suddenly we also got the mess in Iraq, and I think that the window closed, the window of the Afghans being willing to cooperate with the West. Since 2014, we had the writing on the wall that we will have to leave Afghanistan. And I think that we just performed, we in front of the Afghans and the Afghans in front of us, that everything is all right. And then it turned out to just not be true. I tried to find something that was not a cliche, but I couldn't find anything. So I would describe the current situation as a perfect storm. That is through a mix of a number of things. Afghanistan is ahead of an extremely difficult time, a humanitarian crisis, a human rights crisis. And we will have to deal with new things, not just whether girls have a right to education. We will have to deal with the right to food, food security, a collapse of the banking system. And that will create a bomb that will be primed to explode. So I have to say that I feel sorry for the West. We are coming up on quite hard times. And I think that if we are here again in a year, we will still be talking about Afghanistan, because Afghanistan is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And the problem will not disappear. I hope that Michal in Strasbourg next year will have several candidates for the Václav Havel Prize from Afghanistan, because there is a whole number of them there, and we can't get all of them out. Some of them are in hiding, some of them have lost their lives, some of them are trying to escape the Taliban, they are on the run. Some of them we managed to get out. So the right to asylum is the absolute basic that we can now do for these people. Maybe Tomáš will be a bit more optimistic.
I keep hearing that the West is to blame, that it's a catastrophe, that it's a failure. Myself, I'm asking myself, based on my experience in the field, where I visited really some of the most remote areas, I'm asking myself whether there is something that could have been done differently. What were these disastrous mistakes that we made? So I think that this is, after all, not such a catastrophe, because the living standard in Afghanistan improved. There are many more roads. Every village received something, access to water, electricity. In the past, nobody had a TV in their house. Now it's common even in villages. mobile phones. Mobile coverage also is almost everywhere in the country. They have smartphones. Almost all of them use it because they're affordable and accessible. Even a shepherd can buy one. Maybe they're having a hard time operating it, but they can buy it if they want. So they really had made a great deal of progress. And now, one of the main factors which will help is the internet coverage. And it's vastly different from the 90s. So even the Taliban cannot go back to the regime from the 90s. In the past, some of the representatives of the Taliban in the 90s didn't want to be taken photographs, but now the leaders commonly use Twitter and TikTok. Sometimes it's even funny with their statements being published there. So the situation is really different. The Taliban uses these tools, so they can't go back to the Middle Ages in Afghanistan, which makes me feel hopeful. They will follow up on what's been done. And on the other hand, the international community will have to follow the situation really closely. And bearing in mind the huge risks that are at stake, such as when we stop following this closely in the media, we might lose interest in this country until first refugees arrive in Europe, which should not be the case. We have to constantly keep an eye on Afghanistan and be aware of what is happening, because we also need to know about human rights violations and situations and people that need our help. Since 2001, every American president, George Bush Jr., Obama, Trump, and even Biden, jointly declared that the task of the US is not nation building, that it's not to build a new nation. Till 2011, before Osama bin Laden was killed, it was impossible for the US to withdraw the country. So there was some nation-building activities. Is it possible that the only mission was to destroy Al-Qaeda, even though we've seen that Al-Qaeda was deeply linked to the current system? So it appeared that it was really difficult to leave back then because it would create much chaos, just like in the 90s when the Russians left. So you, Tomáš, you touched upon this, and I will ask also Václav Pecha, what could we have done differently? I don't know. If I knew, I would be sitting in the White House. I can't think of anything. We tried many things. Some initiatives were successful, as Tomáš said. We have, I think, never really understood this country. At the beginning, this Saint Trinity of international actors decided about what was going to happen with Afghanistan, and the wish was to modernize the country and to spread democracy. But it didn't work, and we understood that. So it was one failure. Then we wanted to support the local government. From the top at the beginning, we were openly supporting people with blood on their hands, who were one of the most cruel oppressors, and we actually happily paid them, we meaning the West. Then we tried another thing, so we went one level lower and we started to support the governors. It didn't work, so we started to support provinces and the leaders of Afghan provinces, and nothing really worked as we had wished. One part of it was our ignorance of the whole context. We were supplying money outside of the system that we were building. We thought that the Ministry of Finance needed our support. At the same time, we supplied millions of dollars in the provinces without consulting the central government in Kabul. Then, what we also misunderstood is this fragile relationship between rural and urban areas. So I can't really give you an answer to that question. I don't know what could have been done differently. I'm quite afraid of this trend of historical revisionism when new academic works are written about what could have been done differently. I think that time will tell. On behalf of the Czech Republic, I don't know really. I just want to say one thing, that for our team, as far as our initiative is concerned, I think that we couldn't engage in nation-building activities. The initiatives were already in progress. There were clear tasks, clear responsibilities dictated by the alliance we joined, and we had to follow them. So I think that our Czech presence was quite a good and positive contribution. But really sorry, Jakub, I can't give you a clear answer. And if somebody says that there is a clear answer, I think they lie. There is the study Afghanistan papers by Craig Whitlock, which pictures the situation really nicely, describing some of the things you mentioned. And historically, we can see that the Afghans can create quite a lot of chaos in their country themselves. Afghanistan is sometimes referred to as the power on the margins, a power which is actually defined by the neighboring countries such as Iran, China or India, Pakistan, the Russian Federation too. That this is a country defined by borders of countries which are not attractive to the West. So these nation-building activities failed even before the Soviet invasion and even after. Professor Přibaň, you said that this is the West's fault. You also said that Afghanistan is more than a state, a collective of tribal territories. So what do you think that could have been done differently prior to signing the agreement on the withdrawal of the Americans from the area? What would be the right model? I liked what Mr. Pecha said about new scholarly texts about what could have been done differently or not. I like one particular text about how the stock exchange in Kabul works, because this gives us a very interesting conclusion. In this text, it was said that in Afghanistan, people trust each other on ethnical or religious levels, but the intervention and the power of the Afghan government in this respect is really limited and low. It actually is not a real state. It is just a group of various traditions, with some of them prevailing, such as the Taliban tradition, which was invented artificially and is supported by a very conservative reading of Islamic law. But the most important thing for us, I think, is that no nation can be built from the outside. That goes for Iraq or Afghanistan. We've seen this. Any nation needs to be created from the inside. You described it really well when you said that it is a country which is much more defined by its neighbors than by itself. Pakistan has played a major role in distorting the integrity of Afghanistan because the Pakistani protected and supported the Taliban. That needs to be understood because really the first mission was not to build a nation in Afghanistan, but to destroy Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden. What happened in Tora Bora in 2001 was really close to killing Osama bin Laden. That would have been much less costly. But who knows what would have happened to the Taliban. We are here and we talk about human rights on the occasion of the Václav Havel Human Rights Award. So in that respect, I think that the West realized what the British Empire realized 100 years ago, what the Soviets realized some 40 years ago. And that's something which has to do with our relationship to human rights. We actually were overly influenced or attracted by the soft power of human rights and liberties. We were enchanted by it, and we thought that it's so marvelous that we can easily import it elsewhere. But we've understood that human rights cannot be just imported, and that similar efforts result in humanitarian emergencies. That is why I believe that we should primarily focus on tackling the humanitarian crisis, and we should forget about helping Afghanistan becoming a state, because it is not a state in the first place.
The Czech contribution was not small. We had over 11,500 soldiers, dozens of civilian workers, like the two gentlemen here with me on the stage. So, Tomáš, what did the Czech Republic learn in its 20 years in Afghanistan? Of course, at the expense of 14 lives, the 14 casualties of Czech soldiers. So I think that today the Czech Republic and Czechs know what Afghanistan is, that a country like that exists. When I was there for the first time in 1998, I had trouble even promoting any materials about what we saw there, even publishing that. Most editors here thought nobody knew Afghanistan, so why should we speak about it? It's some backwards country somewhere over the hills, and there's no point talking about it. Now we know what Afghanistan is, we know what it looks like. And for the Czech army, there was a huge contribution. In retrospect, Afghanistan transformed the Czech army. We are no longer trying to fight the wars of the past. In every unit, you've got an Afghanistan vet. And the Czech army has learned. So we've got the 11,500 armed men and women. And what it did for our society? Well, I think that is something that will still show later on. I was quite pleasantly surprised when we were talking about the last crisis with interpreters, about the way they would be returning, about how many people we would accept. And part of our society clearly stood up for these people and said we had to accept them. Before that, I would have been afraid. I would have been thinking that we've got the traditional anti-Muslim sentiment in Czech society and they would not want to accept them. But I think it's very good that we had a part of the public pushing our government to accept these people, and that's very good because these people helped our country. So I was quite pleasantly surprised. And I think that this pressure on the Czech government, that was in itself enough to help organize 3 or 4 evacuation flights and bring some of these people to the Czech Republic. The situation seemed very dismal before we organized the flights. Afghanistan is a country that affects global affairs quite a lot. We've got the Islamist International, and that was formed in Afghanistan after 1979, after the forced regime takeover and the Afghan-Soviet war. Based on that, we had Arab and Islamist international fighters that came to fight against the USSR, and that was the root of Al-Qaeda and also the Taliban. When we look at these 2 organizations, for many decades, since 2001, they have been an inevitable part of our media landscape. We still have the Islamic State. Al-Qaeda exists, but it's much weaker. But the Taliban is the only one of these organizations, the only radical Islamic organization that is in power in an entire state. And everybody sees it as a done deal. Even though we will be talking about it at the UN Assembly, the current ambassador or the ambassador of the overturned government will be talking there, and we might later on also have diplomatic representation of the Taliban, because everybody now sees it as the leading power in the strategic region. So, Mr. Pecha, to what extent do you think that this thinking of realpolitik, which is somewhat opposing this human rights view, will play a role now? Do you think it will win over? So, one thing to start with. The Taliban, unlike the other organizations, has always been and will always be a purely Afghan matter. Others might, of course, be inspired by it after what happened, but I don't think that will be the case. A second thing. When it comes to the Taliban, I often hear they've changed. I think time will tell. We'll see whether there were any changes, whether we'll get any Sharia light, so not cutting off hands, just fingers, for example. Very hard to tell. We've also got internal fragmentation of the Taliban. It happened 30 years ago, it's happening again. So Taliban is also quite disunited, and it seems that Barodar's people are not really in power, and the West will need to communicate with the Taliban. And with a Taliban that seems very similar to what it was like, because the moderate wing isn't winning. But the problem is that they will have to govern. And again, time will tell. There are voices, especially from the Chinese side, calling for accepting the Taliban rule. In the last weeks, we had events in Tajikistan, in Uzbekistan, and there is mounting pressure on other countries. We will have to take that into account. The question is how far that will go. Will we really decide to go for political pragmatism and to negotiate with the Taliban government? Sadly, most things are about money. The Taliban needed its money. It is still on the blacklist. That is a very important thing. Suddenly, a blacklisted organization has turned into a government that we should be negotiating with. So all this is ahead of us. And I think that political pragmatism will win. We will accept some version of the Taliban as the victor. We will have to cooperate with it. And sadly, I'm afraid that it will require some sort of transaction, exchange. And we will simply stop focusing on human rights as much. I think that this is the current political pragmatism. We can see that China and Russia are active now, and neither of these are particularly excellent in terms of their record of human rights protection. And Professor, you also mentioned Pakistan. That is its own matter, of course. So I would like to look at the surrounding countries with Professor Ptibaň. The truth is that politics are also influenced by this, by the looks, by the face saving. And whatever it looks like, the debate in the West seems to look as if this is a defeat of the West. But in Islamabad, in Tehran, in Beijing, they are blowing their champagne cases open. And I think we will soon find out what a problem it is. These states are not close to Afghanistan. We are not close to Afghanistan. Unlike Pakistan, unlike China, unlike Russia. So, Professor, same question that I asked of Václav Becher. How much do you think this sort of politics will be a viable alternative to this relationship with the Taliban?
This note about transactions was interesting because there have traditionally been many transactions with Afghanistan. I think that the Afghan elites failed, even though they were well armed and there were hopes for some internal negotiations. And that's why internal politics became international politics. And to see whether Afghanistan is an issue for the West, it's not evident. During the Cold War, that was clear. That was clearly a yes. But currently, not so evident. If Afghanistan was not hiding Al-Qaeda in 2011, we wouldn't even know about this country. Now we've seen images of the Chinese representatives meeting the Taliban, which creates a certain shift in geopolitics. Does China want to impose its imperial policy on Afghanistan? I doubt that. But Pakistan does have many interests in this country. That's why it's been following really closely, and it's been pushing for their interests very closely in Afghanistan. Pakistan is also partly dependent on China. It has many debts at Chinese institutions. It's incredibly unstable, and it can import some of its instability into other regions. So this is a major source of geopolitical difficulties. Europe is concerned only partly and indirectly. But it's not true that to create new alliances between the US, the UK, and in terms of nuclear arms, that's something which is one of the primary goals of the US political pragmatism, to attack China. And in that respect, the EU's role is quite empty, and it needs to be found. We will see whether we can find it in the upcoming months. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see that it is a topic for a long discussion. We do not want you to fall asleep, so we will wrap up. I'd like to thank all of our guests. I would like to thank you all for your attention, for attending this beautiful event in the library of Václav Havel. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the end of the conference, and it has become a sort of tradition on this occasion and at this time to ask for closing remarks from one of the co-founders of the Václav Havel Library, Karel Schwarzenberg.
Thank you so much. To be quite honest, I'm extraordinarily happy that I'm today present at two occasions. A conference which I can only follow, then in the text was there published because I had to do some work. I couldn't be present. But the theme and the people discussing seem to me very interesting. But the most important thing is the prize which was given to a lady which is an extraordinary hero. I'm very glad about this prize because this time all worked together. It was a woman who is really a hero, because to be in a jail in Belarus, that's very tough. And I remember my mother, who was 8 years ago during the Nazi occupation of this country, really resisting a rebellion. And I once told her, I admire you because you were so courageous. Courage? Not at all. I was the whole time afraid. I was terribly afraid. But you have to overcome that. And that's it. The women which overcomes the fight, those I admire most. Second, the other candidates, I was very glad that there was very close to win the competition a gentleman from Burundi, because, to be honest, both as Belarus as Burundi don't belong to the great states, to the great powers of the world. But in the small country, maybe there are sometimes a greater heroes than in country. And that's one. They found somebody who is a hero in Burundi, which has a very difficult and a very terrible history. That, I think, is a perfect idea. And as I was a fighter for human rights for many decades, I'm very glad that there was in discussion too the journalists, because, to be quite honest, any fight for human rights in the whole world is lost without the journalists. I admit freely that without the help of journalists who were interested in this question, maybe I would have achieved only 1/3 of what I had success. So let's praise the journalists who really work for human rights in their own way, by correct reporting, by reporting about what happens in the world. They don't need to be expressly supportive. It's enough if they report the truth, and that's enough reason to fight for human rights. So therefore, I'm very glad that I could be present today. I'm very glad about the lady and the people who were praised by your organization, and let's hope that next year we will meet together too, and that we will maybe, at least in one country, a better conditions than today. And there's a third reason why I'm so glad about this conference, because I admit that in my younger days, in the 80s, when I was fighting for human rights, it was much easier, because more politicians in Europe and in the United States were interested really in human rights. Now, it got out of fashion. People are other things interested, but the terrible situation in some countries continue. So therefore, I'm very glad if from time to time there's shown interest for human rights in the whole world. Thank you so much for listening to us. Thank you.
And thank you, Karel Schwarzenberg. And this is not the last word of thanks. I have actually quite a few that will follow now. First of all, thank you, Maria Kolesnikova, Germain Rukuku, and Les Rapporteurs Sans Frontières for your work, for your dedication, for your courage, and for your sacrifice. This prize would have no meaning without you and people like you around the world. And thank you, Tatiana Komic, Scholastic Rukuku, and Pierre Husky for representing the laureate and the finalists at this conference, and helped us understand more about the difficulty and the ethos of this struggle. Thank you, Jared Genser, for your inspiring keynote. We've learned a lot. Thank you, our speakers and moderators, Tereza Engelová, Jan Kysela, Petr Mikeš, Danuše Nerudová, Marek Orkovácha, Lenka Zlámalová, Fatima Rahimi, Václav Pecha, Jiří Přibáň, Tomáš Vlach, and Jakub Santo. Thank you for your contributions on the very complex topics that were discussed. Thank you, our partners in the Charta 77 Foundation, our strategic sponsors, Bacala Philanthropy, the principal sponsors of this conference, the Sekira Foundation, the main sponsors of our Havel channel on which this conference was streamed, the Komarek Family Foundation, our media partners, the Czech television who also streamed the entire conference, the Vize 97 Foundation, to which we owe the privilege of being able to use this beautiful space, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic, and all our other sponsors, donors, and supporters. Thank you. And a big thank you to our interpreters for making us all understand each other. Thank you. And thank you to our Václav Havel Library team led by Zuzana Hockova for organizing things to everybody's satisfaction and for having to live with my constant demands and grumbling. Thank you. And finally, thank you to our audience, to all the participants, viewers and listeners here in this hall and online for being with us. You've been a wonderful audience. You've lasted the whole 4 hours. And for this, we have a small reward for you in the form of a small musical entertainment. Thank you and have a nice evening. Thank you.